See, we do have a quorum. All city council members are present. I have asked outgoing council member Josh Stevens to please lead us in the pledge this evening. So if everyone could please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Do appreciate it. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Now, this is a time for you, the citizens, to come to the podium and share with the council any question, concern that you may have on anything outside of the agenda, okay? Because we do have the ability for you to speak on every agenda item. So, is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward, state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Matthews.
Good evening. My name is Charles Matthews. I live in Seneca West. I sent a letter in so as in regards to the citizens to be heard, the policy, the procedure. I'm not sure how it works, and I would like to know if we could get clarification on that.
Okay. Let me ask our city manager to address that. Thank you.
Sure. I did email you back or emailed everybody back earlier this afternoon, so I don't know if you got my email. So written comments can be read out loud by the request of the mayor and the council. They can. Parliamentary procedure allows the council to vote not to hear an item, and as long as by the vote of the majority of the governing body, they can vote not to read the written statements out loud. And that's what happened the last time. If you would like to request the written statements, you can do it via open records request. The last council meeting, the council did vote to add them as part of the minutes, and so Ms. Pasolay has added those to the April 16th. And so if you go to those minutes on our city website, all of those citizen comments that the council voted to add to those minutes were included.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council? Please come forward. Yes, Ms. Barker, good evening and welcome. You're welcome. I'm fine. Thank you.
My question is about the 2 puppy stores around town. Who monitors the treatment of the animals? I just was curious.
Okay.
Is there someone that goes around and goes to make sure they're being fed? Do you do that?
Okay,
Yeah.
let me ask.
No.
That's your other job description, right?
Okay.
No.
Well, I'm just curious.
all right.
You see those signs and everything. I know you had a thing about the
All
signs
right.
at the last meeting, but I was just curious about
All
where are
right.
they getting all these puppies, and I don't see anybody buying any. Who's taking care of them?
Okay. Well, let me ask City Manager Caldera to
So
address
y'all
that.
do not regulate puppy stores or puppy mills, but they do get annual inspections by the health inspector and the fire department, and so they meet those parameters. But where they're getting the puppies, it's not under
Okay,
our
I
control.
just want to make sure they're cared for, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Barker. Do appreciate that. Anyone else? Yes. Ms. Chasen, good evening and welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I would just like to congratulate everybody on the elections, and going forward, I hope that we move with good progress and camaraderie without a whole lot of dissension, and that everything will work out positively for our city. That's all.
Amen. All right. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one, then we will move to agenda item number 3, presentations. We have 2 this evening. Number 1, 3.1, recognition of outgoing council place 2 Josh Stevens in appreciation of 4 years of service to the city of Leon Valley. And Mr. Stevens, would you like to, did you have, I thought you had asked if you could address the body last time. So I'm going to give you that opportunity before we present
Yeah,
you with your
I
plaque.
just wanted to take the opportunity to kind of take a trip down memory lane, because it's hard, even today sitting here, it's hard to remember when I first started getting involved and when I first got onto the council, how different of an environment it was just in general. The feeling, the impression that citizens would get when they entered the council chambers was a lot different than it is now. So I kind of wanted to just like reminisce a little bit on what it used to be like and how things have progressed. I was elected with Councilman Orozco for the first time. We've been on the council The agenda says 4 years, but it's actually 3.5 years because of the pandemic, and they delayed the election and all that stuff. So, but we've been at it, and we've gotten a lot done, and the city has made tremendous amounts of progress, and that's thanks to members of the council, but also a specific city staff that have done that. So I know personally for me, within a couple of months after getting onto the council, I had some police officers show up at my personal house, and I saw they started canvassing around the perimeter of my house, and it kind of startled me a little bit. I could see it because I have cameras at the house, and so immediately I was like, oh my gosh, we had a very toxic police environment at that time, and so I kind of had the intuition told me maybe something's going on with that, so I called some lawyers and eventually found out that I had a felony warrant for my arrest, and as well as a misdemeanor warrant, and it startled me. For those that don't know, I'm a registered nurse. Nurses can't have criminal histories in the state. You can't be a nurse if you have a felony on your record, so it just, from that moment on, and I'll tell you just a little bit, and a lot of people don't know this, but so that day, wanting to address it correctly, and we had a council meeting that night, actually, but that day I went with the lawyer to the courthouse, sat as a fellow judge of Mr. Sakai, went over the charges with me, got placed in handcuffs in the courtroom, was escorted to another area down in the chambers, was changed from handcuffs to leg cuffs, or shackles, whatever they call those, and got a picture taken and all this. In the weaponization of government, it just came at a whole new level, and I realized that serving on this body potentially has large costs to us personally. I wouldn't say it like wreaked havoc, but it caused a lot of stress amongst myself, amongst my now wife, who was fiance or girlfriend at the time, and in my parents and all that. And I realized, being a public servant is not easy all the time. But nonetheless, I think because of that, it not only made me a stronger person, but I know it made a lot of people on this council stronger people, and throughout that environment, and it only made us more motivated to see things change. And I can sit here today and say that, we have definitely changed a lot of that toxic culture that was of the past, and move forward into just a whole new realm. I wanted to talk specifically just about a couple of the accomplishments that Councilman Orozco and myself and Mayor Riley, Councilman Bradshaw has been here, and Councilman Martinez even for the most of my tenure. Some of the things that we've gotten done, significant things, and it all a lot of these stem from the whole weaponization of government that was used against myself and specifically one other citizen in the community, and so. And then also former council members and almost the mayor at one point. But so our council, we proposed home charter amendments, got those passed, and this took away the weapon in our charter where you could have essentially a majority remove a minority member of the council, which I think was one of the best things that we could do for the citizens, because they should always have a voice at the polls. Unfortunately, in that 3.5 years, we've had 4 city managers. So that's probably not the best of things, but at the same time, I think we did a good job because certain people just aren't right for the job at the time, and we've moved forward and had a very positive experience with Dr. Caldera for the last couple of years, and just have accomplished so much and moved forward. So, to such a large extent. We ended before I got on the council, hundreds of thousands of dollars was being spent every year on attorneys. That is now a thing of the past, and our city manager has done a good job of reeling in those costs and keeping us from spending too much money on attorneys. We ended all of the outstanding litigation. Not only that, but we haven't had any more litigation since we've been here. So there was a lot of federal civil rights lawsuits against people that didn't necessarily live in the city, as well as even some litigation with one of our own citizens. So that's all over. one of the things right at the beginning, and I will give Dr. Caldera a lot of credit for this, as well as even Brandon Milland, I know, because he was on several of the meetings. We brought in Google Fiber, which was like one of the best things that we could do for our citizens to give them access to super high-speed internet at a fixed monthly cost where they don't have to give their social security number to the company in order to get internet service, which I think is so vital. And that was at zero cost to the city. In fact, we're making money because Google Fiber is here. We know from the conference that is annually, some municipalities spend exorbitant amounts of money giving their communities high-speed internet, and fortunately, because of Google and because of the partnership that Dr. Caldera and Mr. Milland and some of those fostered, we were able to get it, at their cost for our citizens, which was great. The police department, we've completely, changed leadership. I would say cleaned house to a large extent. I didn't know until until I started getting involved that bad cops existed. That was like a foreign thing to me, just because I was always raised, to have like the utmost respect for law enforcement. But I think through the council process, I learned bad cops do exist. And fortunately, I can now sit here and be confident that bad cops are not employed by this city, which I think is a great thing. And now I know we've implemented all these Texas Commission on Law Enforcement policies that are like the gold standard for law enforcement and the community in their relationship with citizens and that alike. And I hope that continues in the future. But I know a lot of the policies that the department has adopted in the last couple of years they're excellent. Animal control, we talked a little bit about the animals, but partnership with Petland so far only to adopt out certain stray dogs that meet criteria, which I think is a great public-private partnership, for the city to have. Open records. I think many citizens experienced in years of the past how difficult it was to get any type of document from the city because of the cumbersome process. Now it's not only easy, but Dr. Caldera and Ms. Pasolé are making it very quick turnaround, and then it's posted on a new software I guess not new anymore, but a software application where all eyes can see all of the open requests or open records requests that are put in. So those are just a few of the things. I mean, the list could go on, but I'm very proud of what we were able to accomplish as a city council. Of course, we always have little issues that we're resolving, and I want to just give like the most praise to our city manager, who has tread with us. She's been along for the whole ride, actually. All 4 city managers, she's been here, and then she became it. But without her, there is no way this city would be at where we are at today. And I don't know if there's any other way that we could have arrived at the destination we're at today without our city manager. So she deserves all of the credit as well. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Mr. Stevens, I'm remembering another thing that you did, because your brother-in-law, is it your brother-in-law that works for the city? We refinanced our city debt. That was big, and we saved a lot of money. So you're always looking for new ways to improve the city, and we'll miss that. We really will. See?
I have one more thing. I actually had it in my notes. I missed it. So this council, 2 years ago, we passed the lowest tax rate that we've had in over 20 years in this city. And not only that, but then last year, we implemented the maximum amount of homestead exemption that we could give all of our citizens, the maximum allowed that's under state law, which is 20%. And I know that, all citizens are very happy about that because of our evaluations just keep going up like crazy every year. So that's another thing that this council accomplished.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let's give Mr. Stevens a round of applause for his service. And if you'll come down, we've got a small token of our appreciation for you. Oh, here it goes. Thank you for your time and commitment. Josh Stevens, Council Place 2, 2020 to 2020. On behalf of the council, Okay. Before we go to presentation 3.2, which is the swearing of the mayor, place 2 and place 4, I just wanted to introduce our esteemed judge who will be swearing us in this evening. It's Judge Peter Sakai, County Judge Peter Sakai. And I had one of the council members ask me today, Mayor, how did you get Judge Sakai? And I said, I just wrote him a note, and that was it. And as you know, many of you know, my philosophy is it never hurts to ask, and it's just an honor and a privilege for you to be here. But I wanted just to give a little bit of background. I'm not sure which law school you went to. Was it UT? Hook 'em horns, right? Okay. And then you became an appellate attorney for the DA, and you also were in private practice. And then in 1995, you were unanimously appointed by the civil court judges as the associate judge of the children's court. And under his leadership, they had over 1,000 adoptions, which I think is incredible, just incredible. And then in 2006, you decided to run for the vacancy created by the retirement of the Honorable Judge John Specia to fill the 225th District Court. And you've been a leader in protecting children against domestic violence and other major accomplishments as well. And then from that, in 2022, you said, I'm going to move and go to the county because there was a vacancy. As you know, Judge Wolf decided to retire after 20 years. And so you ran and you were elected in November of 2022. And we've been collaborating with the county since then. We have had major infrastructure projects, as well as we just established a pilot program for the homelessness. So we're going to see how that goes. Again, all through the leadership of Judge Sakai. So thank you. Let's give Judge Sakai a warm welcome.
Hey, Mayor, may I say a few words? First, I'm very honored to be here in the city of Leon Valley. Mayor Riley and her husband Darby and I go back a long time, probably before you were mayor, I believe, Mayor Riley. And just want to say I'm impressed by the public that's here for your city council meeting. I would like to bring y'all over to the Commissioners Court, especially Citizens to be Heard, because it was all positive and it was all great, and I need a few of those in my Commissioners Court. Today was Commissioners Court meetings. You can come over there and pat me on the back. But we meet every 2 weeks. We had our meeting today at 9 o'clock, and we finished around noon. Sometimes we go in the afternoon. So we meet we're bi-weekly, twice a month. So I really encourage you. Also, we're televised, I believe, on the cable TV 21, I believe, on Spectrum. And so for those that want to participate and watch, I really encourage you. Again, I meet old friends here, and Councilman Orozco, Councilman Martinez, I think our paths have crossed. And I got to tell you, actually, I'm connected to the city of Leon Valley. For those that are not aware, back in the 1980s and the 1990s, when I was in private practice, I was honored to be the city attorney, city prosecutor for the city of Leon Valley. And the robe I'm wearing is the Honorable Judge Lawrence Morales, who, by the way, is still the judge here in Leon Valley. So even though I'm still going on as county judge, you really have a distinguished jurist in Judge Lawrence Morales. And so I'm very familiar with the city of Leon Valley and the issues out here. I've seen it grow so exponentially, especially with traffic. Now as county judge, I really do have to pay attention to the suburban cities when it comes to drainage and flooding and construction and congestion, traffic, and also too economic development, which also includes those social services issue and dealing with the most vulnerable of our population, the people that are homeless. So I've now partnered up with Mayor Riley and the council to figure out what we can do to help better serve you, especially from public safety, public health, and economic development. So it's my honor and privilege to swear in the mayor and 2 council people. And so, Mayor, I'm ready to go. I believe we'll do separately. We'll do you, and then we'll do the council to elect, and the next council after that. So, let's get you sworn in so you can continue the meeting. You want to hold on?
All right. Whoops, excuse me.
I'll hold this. You hold
Okay,
that.
I will. Let's
Okay.
see. I'm just gonna, do I need to read anything? No.
You just repeat after me.
Repeat after you.
I, Chris Riley,
I, Chris Riley,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
mayor
the state of Texas
of the state of Texas
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
preserve, protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate
You
it.
got the mayor back in. All right. Let's get you signed right here. Okay. You need to sign right there.
There we go. Thank you, Your Honor. Do appreciate it.
And we're going to take a picture.
Yes. Do you want me to? Yes. Open that up. Oh, open this up. Okay. How pretty. Pretty. Pretty good.
All right. Betty Heil, would you come forward, please? Good evening. You're going to have to help me. You're going to hold this. Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Betty Heil,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of City Council Place 2
the state of Texas
of the state of Texas
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're official.
Thank you.
Want to take a picture?
Oh, my glasses. Thank you.
Roscoe. Ray and I go back, he was reminding me, we go back to the late Congressman Frank Tejeda.
Oh, my gosh.
Grown up here, he was the congressman, he died way too early, and he was just a great statesman, from the South Side. Yeah, and they say in San Antonio, South Side. He was a great man. Okay, Ray, hold the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Please repeat after me.
Yes, sir.
I, Ray Orozco,
I, Ray Orozco,
do solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
of City Council, Place 4, the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
the state of Texas,
in the state of
and
Texas,
will to the best of my ability
and the best of my ability
preserve,
protect,
and defend
the
the Constitution and laws of the United States
Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's get you signed in. Let's get you. If I'm done, maybe excuse
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Judge. Thank you so much. Thank you again. And congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Dick. You're welcome.
All righty. Take care, and we'll see you on May 31st, Your Honor. Yes. All righty. I just want to take a few moments to let everybody have some comments, and then we'll have a short reception. But I wanted to thank again Judge Sakai for his support of swearing in the council tonight. And I look forward to a very positive and fruitful relationship with the county as we go forward. I wanted to thank everyone for voting. Every vote counts. I don't know if you know, but we also had an election in Balcones Heights, and the mayor and the councilwoman lost by 1 vote. That's how every vote counts. We had 6.8% turnout, I think, in the city of Leon Valley, but I couldn't have done it without the support from my family and the team that helped get to go door to door. Didn't take this election for granted. Wanted everybody to know, you have a choice, and so we got the literature out, 2,500 pieces of literature, and so it was a real, and I got the opportunity to speak with the voters, and then you got the temperature of the community, and you know what? It's pretty good. I mean, people are pretty happy about, we've got the, congestion and traffic and stuff like that, but overall, it's a pretty positive environment. A couple of issues that I'd like to continue to work on. The participation rate is so low. How do we grow that? And I think maybe we could try to build community to get to know our neighbors. And I'm thinking that maybe we could work on National Night Out. Last year we had 5 National Night Out parties. But before, we've had 20, 25, 30. We just need to get that sense of community built back up. And so I'm going to try to work on that with our council this next couple of months. And of course, Bandera Road, that's still in the forefront, and we are on the long-range plan. Don't have funding, but we're getting there. And then, of course, you heard about the homeless initiative with the county. We're working on that. And finally, we're very fiscally strong. Our reserves grew to $6 million last year during our audit, and that's the highest of any suburban city in the county. So we are very fiscally strong. And again, I wanted to thank Councilmember Josh Stevens for his service. And like I said, we're going to miss it because he always delved deep onto every topic and researched and okay, guys, y'all get to take it over, right? And not that y'all haven't been doing it, but he did it especially well, don't y'all think? But anyway, so thank you for that. And I'm so honored that y'all are here tonight. Thank you again. So let me, Mr. Councilmember-elect Orozco, would you like to go next?
Yes,
And Ms.
thank you, Mayor.
Heil.
I want to thank everyone for the support that they have been getting for the past 4.5, 5 years. I want to thank my wife, my chief of staff, my secretary, my clerk, and for just being there. And there's times that I call her when I'm in the road and I say, hey, look up this law for me. Tell me about this law. And she does the work for me as I'm on the road. And I want to thank Josh Stevens, and I'll say more about Josh when we get to speak to this, but a friend of mine who is fighting cancer sent us this last time. And it's kind of fitting for Josh at the moment, but not only for Josh, but for the city council. And it goes something like this. He says, we live in a world in which we need to share responsibility. It's easy to say, it's not my child, not my community, not my world, not my problem. Then there are those who see the need and respond, and I consider those people my heroes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Orozco. Ms. Heil, would you like to say a few words?
I'm looking
And welcome.
I'm looking forward to being on City Council and learning from the whole team that we have here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that said, then, yes, Mr. Bradshaw, I'm sorry, and Mr.
Thank you.
Martinez or Mr. Campos, if you'd like to say a few things.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to, express my appreciation also for Councilor
Mm-hmm.
Stevens for his service. 4 years on the council. In case anybody doesn't know, it's not a paid position; it's
Mm-hmm.
voluntary. And the hours. If I was just looking at it, we meet twice a month, but sometimes more than that with this coffee with the mayor and other town hall events and things like that. 4th of July, and then plus the prep work that goes into it, right, into the meetings and trying to read the agendas and things like that. So I think a lot of people say they don't have time to serve, and because it is voluntary, and I appreciate Ms. Heil for stepping up and running for office, and congratulations as well, Mayor, for winning again, and Councilor Orozco. But if you look at the time, if we average 3 hours a meeting, which I think is being generous, it's over 300 hours over 4 years that Councilor Stevens has put into the meetings. And during that time, he got engaged, he got married, he got arrested, all these things happen. So it is a sacrifice, and I appreciate him for it.
Thank you so much for those words. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
One thing I have to say about Councilor Stevens is we disagreed on a lot of items, and we would argue back and forth. But isn't that true democracy? Where I'm not going to believe everything, or I'm not going to vote the way he does. But there's been times when he has presented a compelling story, and I've changed my mind and voted along with him. And to me, that is the best, representation of what true democracy is. And then afterwards, even though we disagreed, we could go to Dairy Queen and have ice cream. So, at least we could disagree, but then we still remain friends. And I want to congratulate Mr. Orozco for being back on there, and of course Betty Heil for the new council member. And I really look forward to having a woman on council. I think it's very important that we have, well, except for the mayor. No, I'm just saying, the mayor. I
don't count?
No. The mayor doesn't have a vote, but I think it's very important to have a female's perspective on a lot of items. So I welcome Mrs. Heil. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. First, congratulations
welcome.
on your
Thank
win. Ray Orozco, Betty Heil, congratulations. I wanted to let Josh know, I wanted to thank him for serving City Council for so long. And, Josh, when you came in to this, it was a very turbulent time. Mm-hmm. It was a lot of discourse and disagreement throughout the community. And here you're leaving, and hopefully the citizens can see that, hopefully we're more cooperative as you were up here with us, and we're more courteous to one another in a manner that we can serve our citizens. So I thank you for those years that you brought here to the city. I hope we continue what you've set out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty. So with those comments, it's 7:04, so we will move to recess, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and let's have a reception. And I wanted to thank Sandra Postley, our city secretary, for putting together the food and refreshments. And so please join us for some fellowship in the foyer, and then we'll come back and then continue the city council meeting. Okay? Thank you. We stand in recess.
Just go grab me a couple sandwiches.
Yeah, would you want mustard on it?
I put it there so I wouldn't forget it.
That's one of the things that I want up here.
Is he gone? We can give it, yeah, we'll give it to him on the 31st. Got a haircut.
I had two different people say they couldn't hear. They could sing, but they couldn't hear.
Oh, really?
And one is Pat, and she's up, Callan way up there. And the other one's in Leon Valley. And they're both saying, what are they saying? We have no audio. What do you mean? Well, they're going to read lips?
Read lips.
Yeah, with our backs to everybody?
Sometimes. We are going to.
We are? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, at least they got video. That's better than nothing. At least the video worked out. Wait. Was this a professional company that was hired by the company, or was this someone in-house?
I gotta go say hello to my son who's here and my granddaughter.
No, I wouldn't do that. You were about That's actually not. Anyway, going back to my room. Wish you all the best. I got
And you've got the infrared.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Easily enough to really make you want to. Yeah, I know, but still. Stick around. You're laughing. I said, stick around. That's what it, yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Well, I wrote a nice piece out, and I printed it here. I want to get everything. I eliminated describing some of the, I eliminated that. Yeah. I know, and I was also at the very end, so I really should be there. We just got to wait and see. You know, I went from a young woman to an old lady. And I have seen this city And the upset discomfort of mud and dirt and road closures, sitting in traffic for an hour to go find machines. You know, bulldozers crossing the road and getting stalled during rush hour. For the highway. So what makes this any different?
I'm good. Which is good because this is my son's graduation. He graduates on Friday. So tomorrow is kind of their last day in school. And they do like a slide presentation, you know, that kind of thing. So he's graduating high school up in Round Rock. Thank you very much. University of Texas. Oh, the poor boy never had a chance. He's been going to Texas games with me since he was 7 or 8 years old. I mean, you know, he never had a chance. when he got in, because he was yeah, I'm sure. My son was not top 6%. So he had to get in, you know, in merit. I mean, you know, he was not automatic. So I'm really, you know, and he got into the acting program. We kept auditions. And, I'm just really proud of him. The fact that, I mean, it's hard to get in this and to be one of, you know, thousands of actors to get in. I mean, I'm really happy for him. So. And my other daughter just got back. She goes to the University of Iowa. So I got back this summer. No, but she's seen Caitlin Clark several times on campus. So, that's unbelievable. What she has done for the sport of women's basketball is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I mean, I think I saw more women's basketball this year than the men's game. Right. Right.
I think they said something that she had to
okay. Oh, that's good. Well, she, you know, and she seemed like a good kid, and, you know, that shooting she's got is just phenomenal. I mean, it's amazing. I went to UT undergrad, and graduated in one. I told my daughter,
So I'm trying different things because I know that y'all was dead and so I'm trying to learn how to do it. Ask me questions.
oh yeah.
And so I'm trying to work the character. I was sitting there
season tickets for football. I've been season ticket holder for 43 years. Main event, we got the clubs here. We're the only we got this place in New York State. First day.
Yeah.
We were sitting we went to go watch the baseball game. 11 innings. Here's the town. In the winning, we won. And they walked in the
No, in baseball. Oh, I'm thinking of women. I'm thinking of softball. Softball women play the super regional here. That's what I was thinking.
Ray went to Texas. I think he was telling me that they're going to play Texas.
Yeah.
We just finished playing Arkansas.
Always works.
Those pictures.
I don't know how people can even foul a ball. You know, get a bat on a ball when they're throwing it down. Yeah.
They're done now, but it took a little bit. Thank Well, the bridge is at That was the original picture. What cool is that I did advertise in a different way.
Ethan, just want to say congrats.
Sit up there and just take a moment.
Tomorrow morning is like the last day even though you're all, he goes for minority and then they make a big deal about back tonight.
All right. Let's say about another 5 more minutes, and then we'll resume the city council meeting. If y'all could finish up. Thank you.
No, it's my second. My second my fourth one. My first one was to University and then you try this one?
Zero, dude.
Coconut.
Oh, coconut. I like coconut.
No, it's good.
But, I mean, I want it with real sugar.
They have it.
Do they have
They have
it?
ATV. Have it with coconut.
I did the one 2 years ago, yeah. They gave me this, and they just gave me the paper, no seal, no nothing like that. Yeah, congratulations.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, they did, yeah. And we feel something, hey, you know. Why don't you turn this up?
Nobody, it's right here. I think Crystal's collecting them.
Okay, I believe. All right. Thank y'all very much for your attention. And again, thank you for being here and participating in our little gathering tonight, our social gathering. We need to do this more often, really. But anyway, thank you. We are back on the record. Let's see, what time is it? 7:24. And we have presentations continued. Presentation 5.1. Presentation and discussion on trash survey results. And we have Roque Salinas, our Economic Development Director, here this evening to present. And I thought overall it was very positive. So if you'll begin, thank you.
Yes, good
And
evening,
welcome.
Mayor and Council. So these are the results from the survey we took over, I think, about a 2-month period. It's a mixture of electronic results and mailed results. We received 450 results. To this day, we're still receiving 1 or 2 via the mail, but we've cut them off as of, I think, April the 12th. We received 342 will count towards the results, 106 will not count as they did not provide an address, and 2 were removed from the electronic submissions because they had the same IP address, so they came from the same system, and that's per your instructions, they were removed, and we took the first one that came in. So here's our data point. Here's our results of that. Gender, we had a pretty even breakdown of gender, mostly female, of the 342. Are we a resident or a business? Mostly residents. Again, strongly residents that returned the survey. Do you own or rent? Most of them, again, are strongly in ownership of the properties. Quality of garbage collection. Overall, we had a very good return. It was only 7 poor results that we received back from the survey. So again, we have pretty happy residents with our survey with Tiger Sanitation. On recycling, again, same thing. We had pretty similar results. Everyone seemed to be pretty happy with the service. To continue to the service, customer service, we had a little bit more poor results with 16, but again, overall, at a count of 342, pretty high satisfaction. For those that did have a complaint, it was mostly on garbage collection, and so it varied a lot on, the trash cans being put in front of the mailbox, or them coming around, missing their houses at certain times or something. But overall, when you follow up with the questions, were you satisfied? Most of them were. When we asked the question is, would you prefer to have your own trash service? Very, very strongly, people are against that. I think we had 9 people, residents, that said yes, but a majority said them no, that they would provide citywide services. So we're happy with that as well. Twice a week, we have, if you wanted to go twice a week, again, very strongly, they said no. So I think they're happy with the once a week service. We did ask for those of you that are willing to do twice a week, if they're willing to pay, usually $1 to $3 was the most that we saw. And that's going to be very recurring as we go through the questions. The one where we did see, this is the large disposal brush items, furniture, if you want to go from 8 cubic yards to 16, again, majority of them said no. If you were able to do that, if you want to go up that, how much are you willing to pay? It was $1 to $3, majority of them. Where we did see a little bit, this was the anomaly of the second questions, but it's still overwhelmingly a no answer to the residents. Household hazardous waste. So the answer was still predominantly no, but we did see a higher result in this as a yes. And when we go back into if you're willing to pay more, how much are you willing to pay? It's usually, again, in the $1 to $3 range per month. And so that is very consistent across the board. Organic waste, the answer was still no. If you did want to pay for it, I think we skipped that question. I'm sorry about that. But again, it was usually between $1 and $3. I may have skipped that slide. And then this is for commercial people. For recycling services, that they want to do more recycling. Of the 11 participants, they said no. Are you willing to pay more for more recycling? $1 to $3 was typically the answer for them as well. Roll-off situations, again, of the 11 participants, are they happy? Would you like to be able to rent more roll-off? Elsewhere, the answer was no. They're happy with Tiger Sanitation. If you're willing to do so, would you want to do that? Or how much size would you need? And again, it was mainly the 8 cubic yards over here on the side. Do you feel you're being charged reasonably? Most of them said yes. We had 6 of them say yes. 2 of them said no, and then 3 of the other options were unsure, and then the other ones were unknown because they don't have an opportunity to compete. Want to give you guys a quick chart on this. This is the results based on age. So we have our median age at 66, our average age at 68, and our most common age, the mode age, is at 71. So that's our participation rate. Youngest was, I think, 22, and the oldest was 95. Just want to give you guys a range of that. And the summary of the results, the summary showed respondents are happy with Tiger Sanitation. Most are not willing to add services to the current contract, and those who are only willing to pay $1 to $3 per month for more services. And so those are the findings of the results. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Yes, Councilor Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
Mr. Salinas, when does it expire with Tiger? This year, right?
That's a question for the city manager.
So Roca just helped me with the survey because I don't have time to sit there and go through 454 surveys. But the next steps in the process is our contract ends in January of 2025. And so What will come next is Melinda Morris is going to send out the RFP in correlation. We just wanted to see what the citizens were willing to do. We'll also ask for a renewal from Tiger, so they'll submit an RFP as well as Waste Management or whoever else wants to bid on the product. Y'all will, in the next couple of meetings, adopt a sunset committee. Each of y'all will pick somebody to sit on the trash survey or trash RFP committee, and that committee will go through the RFPs and they will rank and rate the RFPs. Those results will be turned over to council, and then y'all will make your selection on the RFP. Okay. I wanted to have citizen input because last time I think there was some conversation that staff just selected the contractor and there really wasn't a lot of citizen input on changing trash services. And with Tiger looking like it's, people really like Tiger, I would hate to switch just because we think people are unhappy with the provider. And so I want to make sure that we're selecting a provider that gives us the best service with the best rate and that citizens have an input. So over the next couple of meetings, y'all will have a committee that y'all will appoint. Then once the committee's appointed, then they'll go through the RFPs, rank, and then present.
And is it feasible to put it in our July retreat just to discuss it? It has to be a time-consuming discussion.
Sure.
But if we can just add it on to our retreat, so we can start bouncing things off of us.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Bradshaw.
Is the contract up on 24 or 25?
25.
January of 25.
January
This January
25.
coming up.
Okay.
7 months.
Okay.
We have time.
Yeah, and then again, I'm trying not to push it. I don't like the exchange. We did it in December over Christmas the last time.
Oh, that was bad.
And so if y'all decide to do it, if y'all decide to change trash services, we can do a month extension if we need to with Tiger. I want to make sure that this transition is a lot smoother than the last time.
That's right. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So based on these results, and thank you, Roque, for putting the data together and presenting it, I'm assuming the RFP would be basically based on what we have, one pickup,
the same services that you basically have now.
Trash and recycling.
I am going to ask for them to give me a cost for household hazardous waste since there was a close split.
Right. See what it would be.
And see what it would be.
Okay, that makes sense. So I just wanted to see, but yeah, I agree. We send it out and review the RFPs and go from there.
Oh, okay. But the organic waste was a little bit further opposed, I guess you would say.
Correct.
230 no and 90 yes.
So for the most
that's
part,
that third can that the city of San Antonio has.
That brown
yeah,
can.
The brown one.
We can always again ask for a cost on it, but it looks like the majority of residents aren't interested in that. And so I'm trying to keep things I don't want a huge disruption on trash service. So trying not to raise the cost, trying to keep the rate as close as we can to what it is now, and providing the same level of service.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councilor Campos.
So in our current contract, we have different size cans, and so we'll keep that. I noticed that's not in any of the survey.
Correct. It's just one of the same services. Yeah, we have elderly population that have a hard time wheeling up their cans. They like smaller trash cans. Either they have a smaller family, or some people have a larger family and they need a larger can. So yes, we'll keep that as a provision in the RFP.
And then on the committee to review them, are we going to have 5 representatives, or how is that going to work?
So the mayor's going to have 2, and y'all will each get 1,
Okay.
and y'all will elect a citizen to sit on that committee
Okay.
to keep the numbers odd.
And also another service that Tiger gives that a lot of people don't know, and that is if you need help with your garbage can, bringing it to the street, they'll do it for you. And so,
but you have to be elderly and you have to be
right,
disabled.
Right, but that's if you need
Not
help.
just because you don't feel like getting up.
No, that's right. That's right. Well, that's a given, I think. But anyway, I just want to let y'all know that.
I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, right. So, and anyway, okay. Anything else? All right. Yes, Ms. Heil. Okay, there you go.
Have we considered having a third large pickup per year? Because we end up with so much if we're only doing it twice a year.
So we did ask that question to increase the size amount, and the residents weren't interested because it is costly. But we can get a quote for it they normally give us line items, so we can basically piggyback off of that.
Not so much the size of the pickup, but an additional one. and keep it smaller.
Right. The additional one is just an additional cost, and the residents don't, it seems like they don't want to pay more, and they would have to pay more.
Okay. Is that it? Any other comments from anyone in our chambers this evening on the trash pickup survey? Yes. Good evening, Ms. Chasen, and welcome.
Tina Jason, Forest Oaks. I just want to know, is there a reason why we can't recycle glass?
You can.
It says right on mine that you can't.
Leon Valley has the exception as part of our agreement. You can have
Thank
recycled
you.
glass.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Yes. All right. Miss Burnside, she's coming up behind you, Mr. Salinas.
Hello. I'm concerned, I wondered if we had, I'm a little disappointed actually, that not more younger families responded to it.
Yeah.
We're talking 66, it's not, to me it seems like the income on a 66-year-old, what they might say, I don't think I want to pay more for anything, So I'm disappointed that not more younger folks responded, because I think it would have turned out differently. And then secondly, to your question, if you had a compost bin, then you would have so much less for the twice a year pickup. Okay, that's definitely a fact. All right?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Burns. I do appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Mr., not counselor, Mr.
Is this on? Yeah. I'm Citizen Stevens. I
Yeah.
live in the Forest Oaks. Yeah, so this is obviously near and dear to my heart. I know that's what originally prompted myself and Councilman Bradshaw to get involved. I just have a couple of points. I think that, as you're making this decision, Tiger is required under the contract to have a complaint log. The last time I was provided with a complaint log 2 or 3 years ago, there was thousands of complaints in there. And so I think it's important that you look at those complaints, especially maybe the trend of have they stayed the same? Have the complaints decreased significantly? That sort of thing. I completely agree with Rita. It's kind of disappointing that the median age is 66 when, like, the census data shows like less than 20% of the population is over 65. So this, I wouldn't say, is an accurate representation of the city, which is, disappointing. But that being said, there's nothing you can really do to change the survey results. Just think about the other people as you make the decision for the trash collection. The people that, maybe have multiple generations living under the same roof, that sort of thing, because maybe they don't have a set, fixed income where they're retired as well. So that's all my comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So one more thing that, I thought of as the citizens were talking, when we send out the RFP, keep in mind, hopefully, it's not just the status quo of these are the houses in Leon Valley, as we have the developments on Huebner and the Trilogy property. It will add more to the future, number of houses that they'll be servicing, which means more money for them as well. So maybe being a little bit bigger will give us a little bit more competition.
Okay. Good point. All right. Thank you. All right. With that said, then we'll thank Mr. Salinas and we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I can.
You bet.
Point of privilege. I know we got agenda 6, 1 and 2. I would like to ask my colleagues if we could possibly move number 12 up to now executive session. I want to discuss it before I vote on this. Doesn't make sense that we vote and then discuss it instead of discussing it. If I can ask my colleagues if they feel okay, we can go ahead and meet about this, discuss it, and then come over here and debate it. And I don't know what.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'll second that.
All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to take the executive session now, before 6.1. Is that correct? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion does carry. So with that motion, that means we're going to go into executive session and take 6.2, or actually, it's number 12. Let me read that. Yeah. The city council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following, and it's approximately 7:40 in the evening. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation on legal issues, and Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, 0 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas 78238, lots 1 and 2, Block 1, CB 4430. Grass Hill Estates subdivision, approximately 19.614 acres of land, as requested by Councilor Benny Martinez and Councilor Will Bradshaw. So at this time, 7:41, we'll move to executive session and stand in recess. Thank you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. You gotta get used to it. In fact, I keep my shack that, but. I know, it's just like somebody.
They can hear. I checked. They said, yo, God. What did you do? Nothing? Raise your hand over?
Just my quota.
Okay. It was pretty low. They said, we can sing right. Well, that's a winner. Exactly. Isolate. Really? Doing what? Yeah. So it's all in yeah, this suit's nice. It's all no. It's not $6. I watch Sandy County all the time. I like to see how it's supposed to be done. Yes. Before we follow. What a concept. Were you going to zoom in on the particular person? At first I didn't see you, because in the bathroom, so we're scared about here. Oh, that was on your radar? When was the last time it was up there? I can't remember, a long time ago. That's not as long ago as I thought. I knew we needed it then, because it was real hot. And then when we got it, we got some bugs. And we got that one. And then everything I don't even watch it. I go right to these stations start messing with things on the phone.
I bet you it's better.
That's his personal phone? Yes, it's his personal phone. Yeah. Oh, he got it. Anyway, I was on the phone with the technical director when they made the switch. I said, ever since you did, I said, I was so messed up. I said, the console goes stop, and I've got Tableau on mine. Because my brother in his home in Mexico he wants to see what's going on here to get the local station, so we got Tableau. I said, forget it. There's no recording excuse because he didn't get the voice. And I went, you know, so I called her, and he said, really big. I don't know how they were now. Big changes coming. They didn't make an improvement. You know what they did? Do you know what they did? They switched. They took 12.1 and 12.3 and moved it to KLRM. So we're still up on the roof, taking in and going towards Broadway. He says, 12 wasn't perfect. I said, oh, that's the improvement. Now I've got to go back up on the roof, to the bolt, and turn it. And run down the stairs to take the pictures better. Run back up there. Yeah. So that's what he said. I said, so that's good. Well, I told him that he was my son. No, I don't know. Because he said, that issue, right? I said, something when there's a storm, like with we've got a high definition antenna. He said it was perfect. And I get calls from my neighbor because I told everybody to get an antenna. And we did it for each one. And so they're all going, you have 12. Is 12 working? I said, no. So I told everybody that one was wrong. So that was their yeah. And KLRM has like stations, I think 5. I think they've got 5 channels, and now they've got the Digital Gas, which is 7 that they're taking care of. And from what I've heard, they want to look into them some more. And if that's the case, because you're limited here. You're taking the pie and dicing it, dicing it, dicing it. And we don't have that technology available to us.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
My parents' wedding picture. All the people in the picture that aren't my mother and father. My mother's the second oldest. And my mom made her wedding dress that has all the points at the bottom. And when the next thing the picture is after the floor. So that's really that's very cool. So during COVID, I didn't realize practice was on ever since God gets a lot of different good. When I really go to the shop, I go and just go and see God's like we were doing thought it was just yesterday. It's my mother's wedding bell, and I'm like, I should probably go and they open and I was like, I only have like a $20 price tag. I was like, I think I need to keep it for sentimental. So I passed down like my mother's. I didn't know about it. Like I don't think I. When is it? Property and I thought I just realized I knew there was going to be a fire here, but I guess it's well, and now we've got that Sarah, oh my God, everything. More traffic. I've seen people drive straight across and you realize you turn lane only. I don't think you, even when you come across traffic, it clearly says you're in a lane. Yes. I'll just go home.
If I could get my car smashed, I break in the car that almost hit me, now the second car goes across.
And then I'm on the other side. Okay. Yeah, but he's done. And then they turn the lever on and it's like, oh, they don't know how many years that's been. Yeah. And you feel like,
I'm staying in there, I'm staying.
I didn't have a year, and then someone's sitting there, and all I do is make eye contact with me. You would know, they do not know how to drive. Apparently they do, they're getting everybody else. Sorry.
Yeah, then we would go to our night. They do a lot of work, not just like working, but and then they're right in your eyes, so you can't even see. And they would do it so much, Sarah and her husband would we would only go like 15 miles in town to have on a completely different route. Every day. I know, but I know, right? And it's either more than late or 2 miles out. So it's like, oh, here's crossing the city, and now I'm like over here, and where's the road? Yes. Well, this was early on, and then I said, oh, okay. I come home.
Okay. Let's wait for Mr. Bradshaw. Okay, we're back from executive session at 8:26 on May 21st.
I'd like to make a motion that...
Mr. Orozco, you wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion on number 6, regular agenda, that we move 6.2 first before 6.1, please.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to move 6.2 first in front of 6.1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Let me read regular agenda 6.2. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on the sale of the city-owned property 0 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, lots 1 and 2, block 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estates subdivision, approximately 19.614 acres of land, as requested by Councilor Martinez and Councilor Bradshaw.
Okay.
May I start discussions? So this is the agenda item just for the sale of the city-owned property on Samaritan Drive. As everybody knows, this has been city property since 2017. I don't know when it was.
Roughly
around there, when it was purchased by the city due to a lawsuit. And then there was a drainage, if you all know citizens live back there, drainage project that was funded to add drainage to the property.
To improve the drainage.
Improve the drainage. As you can see, if you've been back there recently, it's a big improvement.
Yes, Mr. Orozco,
Thank you,
go ahead.
Mayor. I want to thank everybody that has reached out to me and with a yes or no and suggestions as what you would like this property. And I'm hearing a lot from the people that were against it to begin saying yes. We know that it's going to be sold, but if you can just go ahead and get us this type of house, and you can get us this, you're getting that. And I promise that all of us here will take that into deep consideration. This decision is, we're not taking it lightly. I wish that you guys could be there in executive session to see the intense discussions that we have. And I know that a lot of people are saying that, why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? And some of you that have been in council know that sometimes you got to take 2 steps sideways to take 1 forward. And the reason we're taking a long time for this is because we're not taking this lightly. It is something that's going to shape the city for decades to come. And I can tell you right now, decades to come, nobody's going to care who Councilman Orozco is, or Councilman Martinez, or Bradshaw, or Campos. They're not going to care. But I still feel that it's our responsibility to shape the city, what's going to be good for the city. And I don't expect everybody to agree with the decisions that I make, but at least I am going to let you know, or try to understand the decisions that I do make. And my decisions that I go forward with this is to benefit the city of Leon Valley. We have a lot of obstacles to endure in the future, and that's my priority. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be in council, but I definitely want to leave the city at a better place than what I am in. I don't plan to move anytime soon, but my priorities are for the future and the growth of Leon Valley.
Anyone else? Mr. Campos.
Just so the citizens understand, and to try to be as transparent as possible, in this negotiations, part of this deal is to have an R6 zoning. Okay? So that's what is being negotiated. So just want to be upfront with you about that. I know all of you are here. That's your biggest, one of your biggest concerns. And I just want to be upfront. I don't want to. Why didn't you tell me as you started this negotiations? So I do want to say that to you.
I would just add R6 PDD with variances. So these are not going to be like I told Mr. Roscoe. It's not going to be like your neighborhood, Pavona, because all of the R6 developments in Leon Valley, Pavona, Shadow Mist, and the Ridge, do not have any variances. And this will have variances.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 6.2 and allow the sale and allow the city manager to go into negotiations for the sale of the city-owned property, the Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, lots 1 and 2, block C, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estates, subdivision, approximately 19.614 acres of land.
You need to say with who?
One Stop Group.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, to One Stop Group. And to go negotiations with One Stop Group.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to allow the city manager to enter into negotiations for the sale of the city-owned property with One Stop Group on Samaritan Drive as described. Any further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Who's going to take the roll
I will.
call vote?
Well,
Hang on just a
Councilman-
second.
Oh,
Just a
sorry.
second. We're asking for people that want to speak.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Let's do that. Okay, so go right ahead. Before we vote, we need to hear from the citizens.
I don't know how you guys feel about Eric Mata Canterfield, by the way. I'm not sure if there wasn't provisions made on the agenda for the developer to possibly present this again, but I'm wondering if this is a good time for him to possibly spend a couple of minutes talking. I think the citizens are owed that, whether you lean towards being for it or against it. I think they deserve to have him come and present whatever his latest proposal is. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Mr. Matthews.
Charles Matthews, Seneca West. We've discussed this issue of the sale of this land, of rezoning it. And as I understand it, it's R1E?
RE1, it's 1 acre
RE1?
lots. Mhm.
And that cannot be presented in the negotiations as
No,
that?
so all this item is for me to be able to go back and negotiate with Mr. Samir Shahadi, sorry, and we would then bring that back. And so any rezoning still has to go through the zoning process. So if he decides it's R6, if he decides it's R1, if he decides there's a mix, all of that PDD plan has to go through the same process. All this does is allow me to negotiate that agreement for the sale of the property, and he has to go through the whole zoning process.
Why can it not be in the negotiations be stated that the property cannot be rezoned? We'll sell it to you, but we will not change the rezoning.
Because the council has agreed to allow those negotiate. That was the motion this evening.
Without our vote, without us saying. We have.
Well, you would come back during the time it's being rezoned, and you would speak your piece to the council, and the council would make a decision whether or not to rezone. If the negotiations fall through, then he gets his earnest money back for the property, and we go our separate ways. I'm just giving you all the procedure.
Well, I appreciate that. But as you know, the history of
I
this,
do.
of this piece of land.
I'm not the one
and
making the decisions this evening.
I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah.
We all are aware. We've all been here before on this tract of land, on the rezoning of it, and it's not in. I don't know of anybody that just spoke in favor of changing it.
Exactly.
Nobody. I've yet to hear a single person. You won't find any in the minutes of the planning and zoning that were in favor of rezoning, or in any of the council meetings where the citizens spoke on this matter. Thank you.
You are correct. Mr. Yonell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
Let me help the gentleman. I'm in favor of rezoning at R6, to be open and honest with you, okay? But I have a question about the variances. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Do we?
So again, this is the negotiation part. What he has informed the council, what looks like could be there is a PDD with an R6 zoning, and I don't know if it's going to be a straight R6 because I have to have those negotiations. What's hard about this is it's private land, and when you sell private land, I can't show all my cards, he can't show all his cards. So we can't show y'all cards. And so it makes it very difficult. But I have to bring back the contract, we have to bring back the zoning, so nothing's going to be decided on without the citizenry knowing. I have to give public notification. I have to provide y'all all the information to y'all and to the council. And so I can't sign that contract without council approval. And when council gets to approve that, y'all get to hear all the parameters of that purchase agreement. Those purchase agreement items will come back to the public. But I can't give you all the parameters he's willing to give us, and I can't give what we would be willing to give to him, because that's how negotiations work. So I know this item is a little vague, and and we had that conversation out there, and I said give them as much information as they possibly can, because I knew that this was going to come up. But all this pieces is what he's willing to give and what we're willing to give, so I can bring council something more formal. That's with this item, and we'll get to the next item when it comes up.
Okay, my question is, what are the variances? What is that process? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
as part
it
of the
will have to.
negotiation?
It'll be part of the negotiations, and it would have to
Okay.
come through zoning commission and the council for it to be approved.
Okay, I'll give you this, and he said, I'll take that, and you're back and forth. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Merce. Beth Merce.
I'm Beth Mersch from Seneca Estates. I'm very concerned that the motion put before the council was even including the concept that it would be rezoned R6, or that there is knowledge that that is the intention of the developer, and we all know the developer and we know what his intentions are. And I think that there is a block within the council that is going to see this thing through. So it really bothers me that y'all are not listening to the citizens, because I believe the citizens have made it very clear, whether it's this piece of property that belongs to the city and it's up for sale, or the existing private land that is up for rezoning, is that we do not want the R6 housing, and specifically we don't want R6 housing with variances that kind of makes it R5.5 housing or whatever. I don't know what you would call it, but we just seem to give and give and give. And I find a discrepancy when the mayor is saying we're in a very good fiscal position, that we should have to give anything. We are not desperate to sell this property, and as a citizen, this is my property too. And I think that the council members that are so set on getting R6 housing in here need to take a step back and say, you are here to serve the citizens, and you're clearly serving your own needs. And I am very upset that it appears that this whole postponement and the timing of the potential sale of the Leon Valley property has all been synchronized to get a more favorable council to agree with his rezoning request, the developer's rezoning request. And I am also very concerned that it appears that there's a block within the city council that is collaborating with this intention to manipulate the postponement, the voting for the postponement, as well as the sale of this property, to wait until a supporter of not rezoning has left the council. And I just think you need to start listening to the citizens, and we do not want R6 housing, and specifically R6 housing with exceptions to all of the rules that are there for a purpose in terms of the frontage and the spacing between the houses and all of these critical pieces that are going to make a quality neighborhood to add to Leon Valley. And none of this is going to make a quality neighborhood. And the citizens are upset about this, and y'all need to start listening to us.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Chasen.
Yeah, I would just like to address this, Mr. Matthews. Not all of Leon Valley is in agreement with you guys. I just want to say that. Because they couldn't come before council and say it, that doesn't mean citizens to be heard, that they didn't write it in. And it's just not part of the public record. That's being said. The other thing is that that's my property as well. And I would like to see the city sell that property, develop it, to bring more income and more influx into our city of younger people, professionals, and what have you, to be back there, rather than have a wooded area with God knows what goes on inside, with vagrants and everything else. I want that area developed, and I think it's very selfish to think that a handful of 20 or 30 people here have this selfish idea that they are Leon Valley. I've been here 53 years. I have put up with a lot. But development of the city is part of the growing pains, and we are finite in our area to develop and to bring in tax dollars. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mayor, a point of order. I just want to make sure that the speakers are speaking to the council and not to...
Yes, I was thinking that same thing when she was...
Just
yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Council.
And
My
good
name's
evening.
Robert. I live
Hi,
in
Robert.
the Ridge area that
Okay.
shares a property line with the proposed development. And I want to echo what I heard tonight, that it feels like there's a block of people that have already synchronized this vote, and it's insulting as a citizen to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
It really feels insulting to have a developer come in here and tell us how we should turn our city into their plans. That's not what we believe in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I want to see happen. I know that's not what people that are coming to this city want to see. You know, they want to see established neighborhoods. They want to see people that care about their city and love where they live. So I'm not in favor of the sale. I'm not in favor of the rezoning. And I want the council to set a better example, to have higher standards in the way we do business in our city. Tonight, we can start that better example by voting no on the rezoning, no on this sale, and make room for a developer that wants to fit our community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Diaz.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Mr. Mata brings up a very, very good point. We don't know what he's going to put on this property. I mean, I know he has to go through the variances and he has to go through all these things and stuff and presentations, but why are we trying to sell something that we don't know what he's going to do? Okay? To this point, in my opinion, the developer has not been truthful. He's been asking for an extension, and the extension never happened. I called it last meeting. It happened. So how are we going to sell something to a developer that we do not know what he's going to put? He may say, I want such and such, and then in the last minute say, because of my variance, I can now do this. Mr. Mata brings a good point. We need to know, have him come and say, this is what I want on these 19 acres. This is what I'm proposing that I do. And with your permission, and again, our neighbors are not against development. We want development. We want the tax roll to grow. But you also have to understand that the houses that you put back there, the people that buy them, how much are going to be taxed at 100%? You are going to get exemptions back there. You're going to get exemptions that have over 65. You're going to get exemptions that are veterans, and you're going to get exemptions that are some type of disability. So you're not going to get citizens, an abundance of citizens like me that pay over $6,000 a year in taxes. So you need to look and see what this developer is going to put back there. And I strongly urge you to consider this before you give him the opportunity to buy this property. What is he putting back there? What is his proposal for that? Again, Mr. Mata brings up a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Let me see if there's anyone else in the chambers that would not like to address. Yes, Dr. Tasu. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I congratulate all the councilmen who have been re-elected and who have come back here. I wanted to, my name is Dr. Rajinder Thusu, and I live in 5919 Seneca Drive. I find it very strange that you have just picked up one person to sell this land to. So normally the procedures are like, I have worked for the corporate for a very, very long time, of over 43 years. You always get multiple bids and then pick up the highest and then go and negotiate. This looks, it has been already decided, planned, and it's merely a formality that's being undertaken, which may put the city to the loss, negotiating with one person. So we need to change that, and we don't need to go with one person. We must ask for multiple bids. That's one. Another thing is, I think, last meeting it was very, very clearly said that we are going to see a revised plan, probably of 7,000 square feet or something around that, which would be very close to R1. I don't think that is going to come up. I think we are coming back to zero. That's where we started. So I feel it very strange what's happening, and I also feel that probably where we, the citizens who overwhelmingly actually, voted for not rezoning it and keeping it as R1. Overwhelmingly, it's not 20, 30, or 40 people. You have all the signatures which have come from Seneca, from the other side, from Ridge, and also from the city of San Antonio, which is adjoining this area. So I feel where we tricked last time, because there were elections, or we had to vote, or what it was, or waiting for somebody to exit, or what it was. So I really, really feel today, I feel very down and I feel deceived. And I'm sure most of us do that. So I would request you, and then you club all these points together, get 12 and 2 together, good, and then you go for the session and you come back and then again put the proposals, let's sell this land to him. So there is something going on which probably all of us are reading. So I would request all of you to please reconsider of not rezoning it to R6. Keep it at R1, and we all want development of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, anyone else in the chambers? Did you have something else to say, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, I would just like to address some of the things that have been said
Okay.
by the citizens. First, Mr. Mata's presentation by Mr. Shahadi. This was, as Crystal said, a negotiation. I don't believe he has the full plan yet. I'll let him speak to that if he wants to. But it's kind of like when you guys, if you've ever bought a house and you put a contract on the house and then you do the inspection and you say, oh, you know what, it needs a new roof. Or you say, you know what, I really like the furniture. I want you to include all the furniture. And the seller could say, you know what, I'm not paying for the new roof. Or, no, you can't have all my furniture. You can't have my appliances. And then you say, you know what, okay, then we're walking away. Then no deal. I'm not selling you this house. That's all that this item is for. Now, talking about that there's a block that's already been decided. It's actually, I've seen on social media also that says members of the council being paid, that they're bought off. And honestly, I'll tell you, it's insulting that people are questioning my integrity and saying that about myself. And it hurts your credibility, honestly. If you're coming in here and telling me, oh, I know you got paid, I know you met with the vendor, this person, and you must have something, and so that really undermines your credibility when you say something like that is dishonest and untrue, because it makes me wonder, what else are you saying that is untrue? And I'll give you another example. A citizen told me that this is zoned RE1. You can't change it, it's RE1. And I said, the problem is nobody will develop it RE1, 1 acre lots. And he said, exactly, that's the point. So leave it RE1 so it can never get developed. That was the point of creating the RE1 and making this special section of land RE1 so it never gets developed. So that's another thing that went on in previous councils. And then people that keep on saying about R6, oh, R6 is garbage. The ridge is all R6. Grass Hill and Seneca on each side of that neighborhood are R6. Pavona is R6. Shadow Mist is R6. We have R6 all throughout Leon Valley and all over San Antonio. So it's nothing new. It's not something that doesn't exist already. And then I'll just say, talking about, multiple bids. The doctor didn't bring a point. We did put out an RFQ. We did get multiple bids. And this is the bid that we're talking about going into negotiation with. But there were multiple bids originally, and guess what? They all wanted R6. Nobody came in with a bid and said R1. When we went back and said, what if we do R1? The offers came back much, much less because of the costs. So that's where that's at. And then it's, just, talking about things happening behind the scenes and things like that. It's really kind of disheartening when people are making those accusations and then they text me and say, hey, I want to buy a piece of this property just for myself, but I'll need some special exceptions to be able to develop it because I can't afford to do all the things that are needed, like curbs and streets and stuff like that. But if you make this special thing just for me, that's what I want to do. Somebody that lives in your neighborhood came to me and said that. That's discouraging. So with that, I think we should call the question.
Okay. Oh, we have other people that want to speak. Okay, Ms. Fernandez, excuse me.
This doesn't mean that I can't speak for the next item.
This is for the sale of the property. Did you want to?
Yeah, I want to speak.
Speak on this one,
I
and then
want
Ms.
to
Hendricks wanted to
apologize
speak.
well, you all know me. I'm Dr. Mary Ruth Fernandez. I live on Mary Jameson, and I've lived in Leon Valley for 20 years. And I can see the frustration and the confusion that exists among the citizens and with the council. And I just want to apologize for all the ugly things that were said to people on the council. I had no idea that things that happened to Mr. Stevens had happened to him. I live in my own home, in my own world, with my own family and friends. And I don't want to be taxed for the people that have misspoken or have been unkind. I have gone to a lot of trouble, and I have researched, I have looked into a lot of literature, professional scholarly literature, and I have looked into literature that is popular, that people just put on the what is it? The net, the net.
The web.
The web, yes. And I am coming to you and sending you messages about things that I sincerely believe can help all of us. And I've tried to meet with people and with you, Mr. Bradshaw, and you have not taken me up on my offer. And I have just sent you the information that I have. And I can be corrected, Mr. Martinez, if I am wrong about something. I'm an adult, and I can be corrected, just as I know you can be corrected. We've all been corrected in our lives and reproved. So I would really like to just concentrate on what really matters. We do not have any problem with R6. We want the development in the back. We want to generate money. But we know that if we're going to put 166 houses or 300 houses back there, we're also going to have to pay, there's going to be an expense for that. And we'd like to be shown that we can afford that. It's like I'm not going to have more kids so that I can get money for more groceries. It's like that's not the way economics works from my understanding. That's why I think we should talk to the people, to Mr. Salinas. And while I've heard that the council wants to be neutral and just look at the facts, which is what I've heard, that you all want to be neutral and just look at the facts of the case, it seems that when you are making a decision to sell the entryway to the 27 acre development, then you are not being neutral. So I would like to say that, and I thank you for the time you've given me.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Barker and then Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you. I think the whole thing about the R6 homes is misleading to everybody, because I took a drive around and I went through Mr. Orozco's subdivision and looked at his R6 homes. Then I went to some other places around town off of Prue Road and Babcock Road, and this is the stuff they're building. 6 feet to 7 feet between the houses. Just junk houses. Okay, when I looked online, elaw.us, and then a San Antonio, Texas site, a neighborhood link, it says R6 residential homes should be minimum 6,000 square feet with a minimum lot of 50 feet width. Okay, that is not these homes. So that's what the concern is. We're not wanting to live next to something like this with zero distance, which I'm 5'8". I could lay down and touch the neighbor's house. That's not what I want. That's not what anybody else here wants. So that's the main thing, is the zoning size. If he's going to do variances for 30 foot is what he was talking about, 30-foot width. That's not what's required on these legal sheets that I'm talking about. And that's what everybody's concerned about. R6 homes are, what? Is it not open to interpretation? Minimum 2 units per acre. That would be 54 houses down on the one side, and I don't know what on the other, I didn't do the calculation, rather than the 144 that he's talking about. That's livable, 54 houses versus 144. Mr. Orozco, your neighborhood's very nice. This is not going to be nice. That's what we're talking about. So if y'all could clarify the size of the homes that might go in there, we would probably be appreciative. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Hendricks, you're next. Thank you.
Council, I'm Sharon Hendricks, and I live on 8th Street. And we know our subdivision is very special because it is the last subdivision that has undeveloped property. And so we know it's going to be developed. But I think we should stick to the master plan, which is R1. And didn't you, Mr. Bradshaw, or Counselor Bradshaw, say that one of the bids or whatever, when they put it out, said R1, it was just the city was going to make less money. So there is people that did want to put R1 homes there. And this property is RE1, well, it would have to be downsized to R1. But, there was somebody that wanted to buy it that way. And yet,
I do want to clarify, it was R1 with the contingency that the other properties in the back be R6. That was the contingency.
okay, well,
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify.
yeah, I just heard that there was
There was
somebody
some,
that wanted to do
but
R1.
if I could clarify also, it wasn't that they came to us and said we want to do R1, it's that we asked them
Right.
if
But
they would be
still,
willing
I mean,
to do it.
somebody does think that it could be done. We just have always said we just didn't want such dense housing behind us. So anyway, that's all. I heard the R1, so I thought, there's someone that wants that.
I just might add that at the last meeting, this developer was going to bring us back a compromise on R1, and that's what I'm disappointed at. And instead of coming back with a compromise that everybody was going to be on, in fact, Mr. Martinez said, no, I mean, I'm going to speak my say here. Said he was opposed to R6 because he wanted a compromise. And so that's what I'm disappointed about, is that we're not getting that compromise, and we're just ignoring the will of the people, and we're going to the PDD R6. So I know this is about the sale, but the sale is contingent upon rezoning to R6 PDD, which is not a true R6. That's the variances. Smaller lots, smaller street size, get rid of all the trees. I mean, we're going to just, completely bulldoze. And we have a tree ordinance. And he ignores it and says, oh, I won't pay the $112,000 that I'm owed. I want only to pay $50,000. That's a variance. So it's just bothersome to me, because I believe that we can reach a compromise. I really do. But unfortunately, I don't know if that's a reality tonight. So, okay. So is that it for everybody? I just wanted to say that because I've been upset about this ever since I got back from executive session. All right. So, Dr. Caldera, I believe if you'll call the roll call vote on the motion for the city manager to enter into an agreement with Mr. Shahadi for the sale of the city-owned property for the base zoning of PD. Negotiation. What did I say? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Negotiations. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, go ahead.
Councilman Martinez.
Yay.
Councilman Heil.
Yay.
Councilman Campos.
Nay.
Councilman Orozco.
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw.
Yay.
Okay, the motion passes 4 yeses and 1 nay. Okay, moving then to 6.1, discussion and possible action on an ordinance rezoning approximately 27 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling to a planned development district with R6 garden home base zoning district, being Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4430C, Good Samaritan Lodge Nursing Home, Incorporated separate subdivision, Parcel 1, Abstract 399, CB 4429, and Parcel 11, Abstract 432, CB 4430, unplatted, located at 6518 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas. And we've had the first and the second read on those particular dates. Just to clarify, this is the Dooley property, so everybody knows it's the Dooley property. Okay, so that's it.
I'm just going to give a recap. Somebody asked me for the history. Go ahead. Oh, where's this clicker? So we have heard this item. The preliminary meeting was at the Zoning Commission on 2/27. Then we had another public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission on 3/12. Council had its first read on 3/19. It had its second read on 4/2. Then the applicant requested to postpone on 4/16. And then now he's back this evening. Somebody asked me what rough proportionality was, because that kept coming up. It's what the developer has to contribute in order to have his development go through. And so we did provide, and Melinda will go in more detail if y'all want her to, on the rough proportionality numbers, but essentially the street repairs in that particular area would cost $3.9 million. The requester would be responsible for about 1.3, and the city would be responsible for the other 2.5. Can we discuss this item as a whole master plan? No, this is just the zoning for this particular property. There was some discussion on whether or not we can take it all as a whole and whether or not we could have that discussion. And so all we're talking about in this particular case is this property going from R1 to a PDD. Does the council have to vote tonight? Yes, the council has to take a vote tonight. We are on a time clock, and so his time clock started up again as soon as he requested this item to reappear back on the agenda. And that concludes my presentation, and Melinda will go over what the requester is asking for. Oh, sorry. I thought I brought it with me.
I don't know that y'all want me to go back through the entire presentation again, but I did want to point out when they asked for postponement, they were trying to see if they could do a larger lot size. It was dependent upon how much money it was going to cost for him to do improvements to the streets that were outside of his subdivision. These improvements have nothing to do with the streets that he's going to have to build within his subdivision, including water, sewer, streets, sidewalks, fire hydrants, the whole 9 yards. He also has to improve Samaritan Drive, Grass Hill Drive, and AIDS, which we think is going to become Seneca Drive. And so for his case, he was unable to do it financially. So what he's requesting is a variance to the zoning code to reduce the lot width from 45 feet to 40 feet. But he's keeping the same lot area and the same setback requirements as the R6 garden home zoning. He would like to reduce the tree mitigation fees from $112,000 to $50,000. He will be keeping the code by planting 2 trees per lot. He would like the city to allow emergency access easement on 6530 Samaritan. If not, he'll have to fire sprinkler all the homes. And then he would like the council to allow an internal approval if the plan changes by 10% or less. The code already gives staff approval to approve changes to the plan by 10% or less on certain items, but he's asking for on the whole plan due to topography and other conflicts that happen with land. And so that's basically the only updates that I have for y'all for tonight, unless you'd like me to go through the PowerPoint.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the council and the citizens?
Yes. This is the original presentation that y'all heard way back.
Okay, Mr. Bradshaw.
Just if is there a summary slide of the variances that are being asked for in this? Or no?
I just read them to you.
You just read them to us?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
That was the only thing I was going to say to put up, but so we can
reduce.
see
Well,
it.
actually,
There is, Melinda, if you keep going.
Yeah, I would say, there you go, the variances.
Go back one.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot. It's been so long. So the one variance for the lot, 45 to 40 foot, they'll be keeping the lot area at 4,500. Reduce the tree mitigation fee. And then in order to meet the egress distance from the fire code, he's requesting, now this could change if the negotiations for the for sale property go through, then he wouldn't have to request this from the city because he would own the property. And then, of course, the deviation from the plan be internally approved as long as it doesn't exceed 10%.
Can you give us an example of that?
If you had some topography that was different, like this one's pretty flat land, I don't see that he's going to need 10%. But if you had like a hill that you had to go down and your plat came in and you had to provide more of a detention pond than what you'd originally, because right now you've got a detention pond on the site proposed. See if I can get to the site plan. But if the calculations come back for stormwater differently, then he may have to increase that detention pond, which would reduce the number of lots. Mm-hmm. And that has happened both at Post Landing and at the Trilogy that were approved.
And what about parkland? Isn't that required in our
Parkland, he
code?
has to give 1 acre for every 133 units. Unless the parkland that's proposed is in the floodplain, then it's 2. He can also pay fees in lieu of for parkland, and if the city council approves this request, then I would suggest taking the money instead of letting him or making him provide parkland, because you have a park right here. And it needs some improvements up at this end. We wanted to put in a walking trail going up and finish this trail here to go across this little creek.
That's the one behind the ridge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I was just going to say that on this one, as the citizens has asked for, I know Mr. Shahadi does have a presentation that he sent to us, and I don't know if he wants to present anything for this discussion based on his presentation.
And I believe that one, he wants to take all of the property together into a master plan. That's what I heard, or what I read today. So if y'all want to see it, we can look at it. Anybody else? Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Campos.
Yep. Number one, I'd like to see his presentation. And number two, Melinda, what about this 2007 staff presentation on this property?
That was back when the citizens had first come to the city to request that the R6 zoning recommendation be taken out of the master plan and changed to just R1. At the time, we didn't have an RE1, which is residential estate, and so they requested that the master plan only recommend R1 single family.
And what was the staff recommendation?
Not to do it.
Okay.
At the time, this property is fraught with difficulties because of the way that the roadways are right now. If you, let's see, here's Age Drive. Age Drive is not even 20 foot wide. In some spots, it's 18 foot. We had to take a front-end loader to get down Samaritan to get back here to the fires that were going on that were set by the homeless people that were back there at the time. None of these streets are to anybody's code. William Rancher still needs this part finished off. And so you're looking at a cost to get rid of AIDS Drive, bring Seneca all the way through, and then move the water and sewer that are on AIDS over. Then you're going to have to finish out Samaritan Drive here, provide sewer on this corner because there is none, finish out Grass Hill here on this, both sides on this one, and that all costs money. It's $3.9 million just for the streets. And so over the years, over every zoning case that we've had, every developer that has come in has said, we cannot afford to do R1. It just doesn't make them any money. And that's why it's never developed. This is infill property within a city that never got developed. It was supposed to be a part of General Hetherington's plan, which was up here, and he came in wanting a mixed-use development. Where the R6 is on Grass Hill right now was zoned for apartments. And that land sold, and the new owner came in and said, I would like to put R6 on that. And the residents did not want it. And he turned around and said, look, I'll build apartments. And that's the only way that that zoning case got passed to be R6 was because the residents didn't want apartments. Mary Jameson is a street that's up on this side right up here. That whole row was zoned for townhomes. And the developer came back later on and said, you know what, I'll go ahead and make it R1. This was back in the 70s and 80s. You cannot afford right now to build R1 single-family homes on 8,400 square foot lots. It's just not feasible for any developer. And so R6, you give him a 5-foot variance on the frontage of it, he'll barely be able to afford to build this. He's going to have to pay $1.9 million in street improvements. And that's on top of the cost to construct everything in his property.
But Melinda, on the rough proportionality, the city has to put in $2.5 million. If
the city has responsibility.
And where are we going to get that money?
That's a question for the council.
Okay. Just wanted to let y'all know
what about
that.
the
Mr. Martinez, you recognized.
What about the traffic impact assessment from 2007 to now? Has it changed or?
No. No, both Grass Hill and Seneca were built because they expected this traffic to go through to Wurzbach or to Grissom Road, either one. So both were built with 60-foot wide right-of-ways, so they've got a 50-foot pavement width, both sides. And they're extremely underutilized.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Campos, and then we'll ask Mr. Shahadi to present.
Well, thank you, Melinda, for that additional information. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. You know, I just want to make it very clear that I do want Leon Valley to grow and thrive, okay? You know, and I would support development of Seneca West if we weren't considering an R6. You know, in Leon Valley, we do have a lot of R6. And we have it in Pavona Place, but it empties into an arterial street of Huebner Road. We have the ridge that has an exit on its own. We've got the Trilogy property exiting on Evers. For an R6 to be behind a neighborhood, that is, I don't see the deep roots that Leon Valley's supposed to stand for, okay, in this. You know, they're proposing out of this R6 166 homes. And once we open the gate for this particular property, R6, it's going to be very difficult to keep any R6 in that entire area out of our city, out of that location. We've got the proportionate share of $2.5 million. You know, whether that'll be offset by the sale of the property that's currently under negotiations that was approved momentarily. That doesn't include, from what I heard, does this 2.5, the city portion, include the additional water and sewer infrastructure we need to meet up to that development?
It depends, and here's why I say that. If that city property sells, this here and this, we already have water and sewer from this point to about right here. And so that's not a problem on this side. If the person who purchases this plats it and we approve a plat, they would be responsible for bringing Seneca down and for moving the water and sewer over. So the city would then not be responsible for that. We own this property here. We're already responsible for improving this side of Grass Hill. We should have done it years ago. I don't know why we didn't. This side of, William Rancher, whoever purchases this property is going to have to improve this side. This side's already improved over here. They'll have to get an easement here and here from this property owner in order to widen Grass Hill. And so it just depends on how this all goes and the timing of it as to how much the city's going to be responsible for.
So it's still unknown. So on the developments for Pavona Place, are there any variances out of that R6?
No, sir.
And is there any variances for the Ridge?
No, sir.
And on Grass Hill, there's a row of R6 homes. Is there any variances on that?
No, sir. There is one duplex at the end, though I want to just clarify.
And so here, they're not only asking for a rezoning, they're also asking for these variances.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this area, I think we've all talked that there's going to be additional traffic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's also going to be probably additional school buses that go through there. There's going to be a significant amount of traffic. Whether the study shows that it's I don't know, what did they say, 5% or I don't believe that it's going to be that small of a percentage. I think there's going to be a significant amount of traffic. So
this table here will show you the difference. If it was zoned R1, then you could potentially develop it as 104 lots. If you change that to R6, then you're looking at 166 lots. So here's your additional traffic.
And I'm just talking holistically, right? Once we go down this R6 path, okay, we're getting 166 homes just out of this particular property. If he then purchases the other property that is under negotiation, and whoever buys that other, I believe it's called the Lawbuck property, if I'm not mistaken,
yes, sir.
all that's going to be R6, and the traffic and the number of homes is going to be tremendous behind a residential neighborhood. We don't see that within our city. I don't know why we would agree to that. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campos. Ms. Heil.
What's the financial benefit to the city? if these are built out?
Well, obviously, you would get the property tax, but then you would also get sales tax.
So it would be substantial.
I believe it would.
Yes, Mr. Campos.
So with these additional homes, I may ask the question, but I'm going to assume that our current police force and our fire department are going to, their expenditures are going to increase to meet this additional population. So we may get some additional revenue, but there is going to be some cost, and it may be significant for our infrastructure in terms of personnel costs as well as fire engines and the like.
Well, and not to mention the other 3 developed properties that are currently under construction on Seneca and Heebner. That's going to add to the to the police and fire response. So, okay, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Parsha, go ahead.
I also would like to ask, is a justification or reason required of why they would get out of the tree ordinance with that much of a reduction? I mean, we already know the traffic impact and all of these other things, but the trees, I mean, if he's going to take down all the trees, he needs to follow the tree ordinance, and I don't see any reason that the city should give him such a significant decrease in the cost that he can bear for replanting the trees, because we already know it's going to take years for those trees to get bigger anyway. He needs to meet the current tree ordinance. It's like, why are we bending over backwards to give this developer everything and anything he asks for? I think at some point we have to stand our ground and say, this is our master plan, this is our tree ordinance, this is our definition of an R6, and you have to play by our rules. You're not in the driver's seat here. And I don't think we have any obligation to grant all these variances just because he's going to put some houses back there. And I agree completely with Mr. Campos about the additional expenses for fire and police and all of those things. And again, I don't know that you're going to get that much sales tax, because these people are going to be doing business in San Antonio too. They're not all going to come to our local shops and stores and things in Leon Valley. So I think you need to be cautious about overestimating sales tax revenue from new families that are moving into Leon Valley, because I think it's the older residents of Leon Valley who have a faithfulness to the small businesses and the stores and the vendors that we work with here in Leon Valley. I don't think new people have that loyalty. So I am not in favor of granting all of these variances. I'm not in favor of the whole thing, as I've said before, but I don't think we should give any additional accommodations to this developer so that he can make more money. That just doesn't make sense to me. We have to be true to ourselves, and we have to be true to the standards that Leon Valley has set. Why have a tree ordinance if we're going to give everybody a variance on it? That doesn't make sense to me. We need our trees. We're already going to be giving up wildlife, trees, natural area. We need to stand our ground.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Before we continue with anybody's comments, I would like to hear from Mr. Shahade. I've heard he has a short presentation, and there could be a good chance that in his presentation he could answer some of your questions. So I would like to see Mr. Shahade come up and make his presentation.
I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we hear from Mr. Shahade.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to hear from Mr. Shahade on his presentation on this particular project, R6 PDD. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If we could get the Reader's Digest version of this and stick to the 10-minute limit that we have given all vendors or anybody that gives a presentation.
I think it's a pretty long presentation.
I'll agree with that.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, Mr. Shahadi, you're next.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, councilors, everybody. Do you have my presentation?
Yes, he's got it. Thank you. It's not the one that says 2007, it's the one underneath it, in the folder.
All right, so first of all, I want everybody to know that we've been listening very carefully. I want everybody to know that we have been working very hard on finding compromise. And we have not been using delay tactics, and we have not been coy about anything throughout this process. We've been very transparent. So effectively, I will just go through this really quickly. We did not, I wanted to address this really quick. So basically, we were seriously looking at 60-foot lots. And what we wanted to do is to come back to you with a plan that looked like this. We had that plan ready. We had spent the money to show that plan. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to show it on the 16th when we wanted to show it. Anyway, so those were going to be 119 lots, 60-foot lots. We were going down this path. We were not pulling anyone's chain. We were very serious about this. What came back, however, is we've been waiting on the rough proportionality or the apportionment of our portion of the cost of improving all these roads that Melinda just talked about. So as such, we could not commit to this, but we wanted to show it to you that we are looking at this, just waiting for, because it's a crapshoot. We did not know how much it was going to come back at. It could have been, well, the first numbers we got were 4.5 million. Now the new numbers from the city engineer are 5 million for all of them. And depending on the number of units that you do, you're going to be paying more. It's like two variances running like this. And it's very tough to nail it unless you know exactly what you are putting there in order for you to balance that equation. It's that simple. So we got those numbers back, and they look like this. If we were to develop 119, so the road extensions are the only ones where there's apportionment, meaning where the city will kick in. We will be responsible for everything that is water and sewage, regardless of the number of units. Okay, I just wanted to make sure this is clear. So effectively, if we're doing 166, we are at $2.5 million. So the light here. Okay. So this is 119. So basically, when you look at these numbers here, these numbers are fixed for us. The water extension and the sewer extension, these are fixed. The only variable depends on the number of units. And this variable here is what you see changing on the top row here, which is for 119, it's actually like a direct link per unit. I believe it's about $5,500 per unit, where I'm just said if you were to go up, you get to a point where you're actually absorbing the whole cost, just like a theoretical projection. Okay, so now this is very important. What I want to talk about is this neighborhood here, which is just south of us in San Antonio. This neighborhood here is 28-foot lots. They are less than 2,000 square foot lots. The density in there is about 13 to 14 homes per acre. That's the neighbor right there. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so are we allowed to take questions at the same time?
Not right now.
Okay,
Just
very
give
good.
your
We only have like
presentation.
6-7 minutes left.
Okay,
I'm
very good.
timing
So
it.
anyway, so in terms of this here, this is important for us to understand that the market in this area is 30-foot lots. What you see is this is a project where the lot size is 2,000 square feet. That's called the Enclave at Whitby. It's on Hebner and Babcock. The other one is Villa Manta. You should look at the ASP. The sale price is $440,000 on these for that lot. That's what we are competing against. You look at as you go more, Trilogy is about 3,000 square feet. Post Landing or Senna now is about 3,000. Effectively, when you look at what we are proposing, which is 4,500 square feet, just to look at this really quick, the sales revenues per acre, you look at any of these guys, it ranges from 30% to 220% of their sale per acre compared to our 4,500 square foot. They are paying 48% of our cost from a land acquisition and from a land development. Plus, we have all of this. So it's important that everybody understands that we are not, it's not about us making the money. We're trying to balance that equation. So this is what we have proposed originally. We have the fire plan. This is the easement we have proposed. We have asked for 40 feet, but we said we will keep the 4,500 square feet just because of the shape of the land. We have, where we're at right now is it all boils down to two questions. One, the concern from the citizens on the traffic. Two is, are we able to develop R1? We established we can't, right? And in fact, back on December 4th, 2007, we actually stumbled on this presentation that I believe, we actually sent it to council, this particular presentation. That's why there were questions on it. So we did an open records request back in October. We got that. And at the end of the day, this is the recommendation that came back, that there's minimal impact from traffic by going with an R6 model. That was back in 2007. That has not changed. Effectively, when you look at your neighborhood, back in 1972, this was supposed to be a 347 dwellings in your neighborhood. That shrunk down to 121 over time just because developers wanted to, but it was zoned for 347. That's very important for everybody to understand. The two roads handle each 12,000 vehicles per day. That's what they were designed for. That's why all the TIAs are coming back saying minimal, 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 because these things they were supposed to handle 24,000 vehicles per day. It's something you guys can all look at. This is all the history of everything getting denied. Since 1984, people have been saying R6, R6, R6. We're not so unique. Why? Back in 2007, staff comments was that, you know what, the cost of improvements back then were going to be $2.3 million. They were saying back in 2007, an R1 may not be economically feasible. And the price of an R1 brand new is very different than the value of your homes. In this case, like today, you'll have to sell it between $650 and $700 for it to make any sense, and there's no way anybody can pay that. So in summary, nothing has changed since 2007. We're still saying the same things on both sides. Citizens' concerns are the same. Developers' concerns are the same. We're just going to move forward here with our traffic impact analysis. This is really irrelevant. I'm just going to skip that. Just wanted to bring to your attention something that maybe you all don't think about. The Samaritan property, the 27 acres, the Dooley family has paid $100,000 over the past 10 years in property tax where they received zero services. The Labak family has paid $40,000. For your interest, just this year, the Labak family is paying $14,000. The Dooley family, Labak is paying $6,700. Over the next 5 years, these two together will be paying $153,000 out of pocket money, out of pocket, just for the pleasure of owning that land without being able to develop it. Just an FYI. I thought this would be something that would be. So this is what they've been facing. This is their voice. Their family assets have been locked for the past 40 years. They must continue paying their tax obligations. They cannot benefit from any city services. They watch people using their property as a park or as a homeless shelter. And there's no hope in developing because there are no willing buyers knowing that they cannot develop on it. They have been trapped for the past 40 years. I invite you to just put yourself in their shoes. That's all. New development, we talked about the challenges. We already talked about the improvements. We talked about emergency access. Having the three properties together will help tremendously. We can have one master plan, one road plan. The utilities follow the roads. The safety and emergency access would make it much easier when we have multiple access points. We can optimize park spaces. We envision to be able to put 4 to 5 acres of new parks. That will be beautiful. Part of the reason why we asked for that $50,000 because we're planning on putting trails. We actually already dedicated an acre of land by the triangle just for park space, just so you guys know. All right, so I want to just take you here where we're talking about the growth of the city. This is a very interesting fact. The San Antonio, over the past 33 years, San Antonio has grown by 216%, went from 1.1 million to 2.5 million. And between 2019 and 2023, over the past 5 years, it grew by 8.4. Look at the flat line. For the past 33 years, the city of Leon Valley grew 11%. That's a fact. Over the past 5 years, 4 years,
All right.
the city shrunk by 8.5%.
All right, if you
So-
could try to finish up, your
I'm done.
10 minutes is there.
I'm
Okay,
done.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
So basically, what I want to show is the revenues expected based on our plan, and that's it. We're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Shadi, are you a broker or are you a developer? How would you term what your role is here?
We are a developer. We own land. We have developed land, and we were an integrated company that did. Our last project was in Raleigh, North Carolina. We actually did the land, the zoning, the land development, and the building. We built 17 townhouses, each sold of over
Okay.
$2 million.
But on
We
this,
do the building.
On this property,
On this
are you going to
pro-
be the builder too?
On this property, we are partnering. We have had conversation. We actually disclosed that to you guys. We believe that we can build this property, depending on the size. Again, we believe we will be able to build this property by aggregating a group of developers together where we will be involved. But we have Meritage Homes. We're in conversations with them.
Okay.
With Texas Homes, Century is interested. So we will be able to accelerate. If you have one builder coming in to build this, they would be able to sequence it. So they will have maybe 3-4 homes a month. When you have multiple builders, we'll be able to get this out as quickly as possible so the construction would be accelerated and the revenues to the city will be accelerated as well.
Okay.
So
Thank
we will continue to be involved in the process all the way through.
For some reason, I thought you weren't in the actual building.
No,
'Cause
we're
okay.
definitely in the
Very
actual
good.
building
Thanks for that
process. Yes, of
clarification.
course.
All righty. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Thank you,
Orozco.
Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Shadi.
Thank you.
I'm okay with the R6 because this land has not been plotted yet. Had been platted in the way the houses are built still has to come through us. And I did promise a lot of the citizens that are against it, and some that have changed their mind and say, yes, it needs to be sold, that we would take great consideration as far as what houses get to build there. So I'm okay with the R6 because the decision is finally ours. What I have a problem with is that, two things, is that special consideration for the ingress in that property. I don't want to give away property that still belongs to us, and still belongs to the people in Leon Valley, if we can put it there in contention with the property being sold, then we don't have to worry about it. But I'm not going to give away land that belongs to the city, if you can understand that. It still belongs to us until it's sold to your organization, then I can see it going to you. The second thing that I have a problem with is the tree ordinance. And I know, I get it. You're going to have to cut the trees down, and I know that, and y'all keep mentioning Pavona. I remember being there when Pavona was being built, and I saw all the beautiful trees that were put down, but we put it. Anyway, with that being said, you had indicated on here that that we usually pay $112,000 in fees in lieu of planting, and you want us to reduce that to $50,000. Why? Why can't we? Why can't you just give us? If you plan to put the trees back, are you planning on not establishing the trees again? I could meet you halfway, but giving us just $50,000 and you don't plant anything, then we're going to have to plant it, and it's going to cost us more than $50,000 to plant trees. I can tell you that right now.
Okay.
Melinda,
We'll
go
let
ahead.
Melinda, he is planning on planting 2
You
trees
understand my
per lot.
concern?
Yeah, but they're
Oh,
small
yeah,
trees.
absolutely. But there's no way we can put the trees back. Once you go in here, you're going to have to clear the property, and then what you're going to have are roads. You can't put trees back in here. Then you're going to have houses. You can't put trees back in there.
Okay.
So basically, right now, there's only like 3 or 4 really good trees. The rest of them are small mesquite and the other ones, ligustrums, things like that.
Okay.
And so all that would be wiped out except for the good ones that are there. And then he would be planting 2 trees per lot, and that's per the zoning code. And
Okay,
so
okay.
because he's taking out medium and large trees, no heritage trees are coming out, by the way. None that are there are heritage, period. So it's
Okay.
just the medium and large trees. So because he wouldn't be able to plant them back, then he can pay into a tree mitigation fund $112,000. He's requesting that to be lowered because he's planning on putting in trails.
Put it in what, sorry?
Into
Trails.
trails.
So,
Keep in mind, the plan that he has is the plan that he has to go by, with the exception of some internal changes of up to no more than 10%. Does that answer your question?
okay, yeah, yes, ma'am, thank you so much. 58,000 just seems kind of low from 112,000, and we can negotiate on that. It's 75,000, but I still have a very difficult time accepting the fact of giving you that ingress until that property is sold. I just can't give away the land that belongs to the people, just
May
like
I
that for
address that?
nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely, go ahead,
Happy.
sir.
Okay. So we are not asking for land. We are not asking for land dedication. Okay. What we are asking for is a temporary easement for emergency
Temporary?
access. Temporary easement. And the reason why we're saying temporary easement, and this is very common, is to be able to provide extra safety. Remember, for the post landing, there were discussions about being able to get that second access. This is exactly what this is, but this is not a permanent emergency access. Basically, this road here will just pack it. That's all we're doing. And the easement is just access. We're not buying anything. You're not giving up anything. The idea is, the code says that anytime you have 2 neighborhoods that are going to be adjacent to each other, you need to have a link between the 2 neighborhoods. So we are by code forced to actually have a stub going to the neighboring property, so that if that was to build by somebody else, they have an exit on our side for emergency access. Like if you look here, if anybody was to build this, say we were lucky enough to work with the city on this, say if it wasn't us, they would still need access to come out this way for emergency purposes. So all we're saying is,
Repeat that again, sir, please. What you
Yeah.
just said about,
all right, let's say we have 2 separate properties, which we do in this case.
right,
Okay, so say I own this, you own this for now. And what happens is I'm developing this, but you're not developing this. So I have to provide a stub by code to allow for the future development to have access to my property.
Yeah, I
And
understand
I would,
that.
and then I would have access to their property in the future, right? So what we're doing here, we're saying, we actually looked at all different types of layouts of potential master plan, and that road, the way it's followed, if we were to get this land or somebody else was to get this land, that would allow for, somebody can wipe it down, wipe it out, and just do their own thing, or they can use the packing that we've done, save money, because that will follow a path that will allow for a whole bunch of R1, R6, R7. All of these guys will be able to fit with that path on the new property, if that makes any sense. I know it's slightly technical.
Mr. Roscoe, I wanted the city attorney to weigh in on this, please. Thank you, sir.
The stub out is correct, I mean, on his property. But the actual
Road.
the actual temporary road, the way it's drawn, is not necessarily the way that it could be, because we don't know exactly how that other property is going to develop. But the stub out into his subdivision is actually necessary for interconnectivity.
So
If there was if there's another.
it helped me understand. It's been a long day for me. If it's a temporary exit or entrance for emergency reasons, if it doesn't go to him, what are they going to use for emergency or entrance after that?
Well, I mean, it would be.
When it gets developed. Because in the future, it will be developed, is what he's saying. So whenever a neighborhood goes there, whatever, then they don't need access anymore. So he has to stub out, and if it's just a barren land, he would have access to be able to drive across it until
So
it
kind
gets
of that
sold.
street to nowhere kind of.
Yes,
is
exactly.
what's needed.
Yes.
For interconnectivity with the property to the north.
All right. Melinda, go ahead.
So our code does say that you have to provide a stub out. However, what we're dealing with here is really the fire code. So we have 9 acres over here, correct? Behind it is the Laubach property that's 4 or 5. Laubach has no access to a public road. That property has, for some reason, somebody messed up a long time ago and didn't give him access to a public road, which is required by law. So this 9 acre here, if they don't have another entrance, here's what the fire code says. Take half of this distance. I wish Chief was here. But anyway, you have to provide an entrance that is at least half of that distance away from one entrance. There is no distance here to be able to put the 2. So if you don't have 2 entrances, then every house in that subdivision has to be fire sprinkled. And so by putting in the stub out and giving this emergency access easement over here, he's now got the distance required by being more than half of this distance here. This one's going to have the same problem because they'll have this distance to deal with. And so if they can't get a second access point, which there's not enough room here for them to get a second access point, then they would have to fire sprinkle all those houses too. Does that make sense?
I do understand that. It's just that their land goes to somebody else. I mean, I understand.
You're not obligated to grant that.
Right.
We don't have to
Not
do that.
obligated
That
to
can
do
be-
that. If you don't do it and he doesn't get a second access point, then the
sprinkler.
he has
Has
to
to
fire
sprinkle.
sprinkle the homes.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
Melinda, could I ask you a question? On the estimate for street improvements?
Yes, sir.
It's $3.9 million.
Yes, sir.
If it becomes an R1, is that number going to go up?
I don't know. It's a rough proportionality worksheet. The units would go down.
Right.
And so their burden would go down. Our burden would not go down because it is what it is. It's 3.9 million to do all that stuff.
Right.
If he was to reduce the number of lots, then his burden would go down.
So, I was trying to do some math here and saying, well, if his proportionate share goes down because it's the number of lots goes down, why wouldn't the city want to come forward and say, you know what, for that increased cost, let us subsidize that and have an R1 community?
That's a council decision. It's
You
not-
know, but I don't know how it's all calculated, Mr. Shahadi. That's kind of the trade-off. It's kind of like, well, maybe the city's willing to pay more for their proportionate share if we develop an R1. Because if I understood correctly, it is your cost per unit goes up.
So it's extremely complicated, our financial modeling. One day I'm happy, I know you're a CPA, and I'd be happy to sit down with you over coffee and just show it to you. There are so many different parameters that play into it. And I know many people here would be familiar with, like it's almost like, you tug here, and try to find that formula that makes sense. There's way more, when you start looking at the way you're looking at it, there is the other side of it, which is, okay, we may be able to lower our cost on the outside of the property for doing an R1. On the inside of the property, we're going to have the same land development cost, we're going to have the same land acquisition cost, right? And we're going to have less sales per acre, right? You start pulling all of this stuff, okay, well, am I getting less sales by how many units? Like, for instance, this R6, we will have 6 units per acre, right? We will be able to sell it for about $420. Okay. You look at Trilogy, they have 8.5. You look at the Enclave at Whitby, they have 13 per acre. They're selling for the same price, right? So work out the math, and what you'll see is you have your sales going down, you have your costs going up, and yes, you may save some money on the outside of the property in terms of the proportional calculations, but the inside of the property is your costs go through the roof, right? So all of this needs to be taken into consideration, and I need to disclose that we actually put the Lubbock property under contract. That's been done, right? So the last piece now is the city property, right? To be able to complete and be able to master plan that whole area in a proper way. So we can do proper drainage analysis, we can do proper drainage, we can do proper utilities, how many lift stations we're going to need for sewage, be able to go straight down. There's a big sewage canal, sewage pipe main, right, in Hebner Creek, right? Right now, we won't have access to it from here. By having the Lubbock property, we can go straight from there. So having the master plan will allow for optimized overall planning, right? The emergency access. Like when you do just one piece in an environment like this, your costs are going to go through the roof. When Melinda was saying they probably won't make money on this as it stands, she's right. We won't. We would be making money after this on maybe we start making money once we push into the Lubbock property and into the city property. That's why you saw our proposal the way it stands right now. And the more you're going to get in terms of units, again, we will be more responsible for cost outside the property, right? I believe the break even was about 360, where we would be responsible for all $5 million, where the city will have no responsibility. So as our engineer basically came up with that number in parallel with the city engineer. So it doesn't matter which way you look at it, you just have to look at the whole and not by the portion of it. Okay? That's why we've been working so hard. We put our first proposal for the city property back in January of 2022. I just want to leave it at that. This would be number 8 proposal that we have. It's been 2.5 years.
Yes, go right ahead.
So if what you're telling us tonight, you have the Lubbock property,
correct,
this particular property, and you're currently negotiating with what was approved today for negotiations of the Leon Valley owned property.
Correct.
Is there any opportunity to create a different road to exit?
Well, that's
the
it. So what we
property?
will do at that point in time. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, behind him is an R6 community that's built. To the back of the Lubbock property over here, you've got Hebner Creek, you've got a trail system that goes through, and at the end of Shadow Mist, which is up here fictionally, they've got a cul-de-sac and a trailhead. There's no way to get out through there. When the ridge was built, the staff had advocated for an access point through the bottom of the ridge so that the ridge would have more than just Crystal Moon and Watercress, because it too only has 2 access points. And the citizens did not want the traffic going through their neighborhood, therefore there is no access at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what else? Anybody else
Any
in the
questions?
audience, in the chambers? Yes.
So, just to clarify the process, can I be asked questions by the? I mean, I'm open. You guys decide. I mean, it's your process. I know it's tricky the way.
Yeah, why don't you have a seat, Mr. Shahade, and if there's a question that comes up and you need to answer it, please come forth, or Melinda, just kind of like how we usually do it. All right, Mr. Yarnell, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a list of questions that I've forwarded to you all and that I was hoping we'd get an answer tonight. What's been the historic financial investment of the city of Leon Valley and Bexar County? in this. I'm talking about the entire property. I didn't realize we only had one. That's my fault. We're talking about one piece of property, but he's talking about he's got it all.
He's
under
got it all
contract
under,
now, so we're
lockdown.
I'm talking about the whole process, all that property back there. Do we have an answer for any of this?
I got your email today or your text message, and I couldn't answer it because I don't know.
The city has $500,000, right?
We bought the property, the 19 acres, for $500,000 as a settlement in the lawsuit back in 2017.
But you have also invested in the drainage as
Yeah.
well.
Well, yeah, and then we got a $1.3 million grant.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
I didn't
and
get
we
his
had-
message, so I don't know the
Yeah.
laundry list of his questions.
But I couldn't answer.
County was 1.3, right?
The county gave us 1.3 for the drainage.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But we had
Oh,
to pay.
1.7, I'm sorry, because then we came back for an adjustment, 1.7 million.
Okay.
But we had to pay engineering.
Yeah, we had to
and-
pay engineering,
yeah,
and I can't think of
Okay.
the number.
Yeah.
What's the current market value of all the properties in the area under consideration?
I have no idea.
Do we have any idea what the market value is?
I would just say that, sorry, Mr. Yarnell, this particular agenda item tonight is just to talk about this
This
particular
property?
property, yeah, so that's,
Okay, so my questions are not.
we can talk about it outside of
Okay.
the council, but I wouldn't know what the total
You're right.
market value is.
You're
of all
right.
that.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Yarnell, I've got your question, so I'll meet with the
Forward it to
manager
me, I can-
tomorrow, and we'll try to get your answers for you. How's
Okay.
that?
thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. Uh-huh.
My name's Mark Ferris. I live at Royalty Point. I'm asking that you vote against this rezoning. It's not consistent with the Code of Ordinances. I think everybody here but Councilwoman Betty heard my spiel a while back. Mr. Martinez, at the end of the last meeting I attended, you gave a very nice, my apologies, you gave a very nice speech about compromise. Sir, I don't see a compromise here. And then some of the questions that have been answered very vaguely. Things like, what's the revenue generated from this property? Substantial. It's going to take 7 years of property tax revenue just to pay off our fair share of rough proportionality. That's starting after 2029, assuming that Mr. Chahadi finishes all these homes and has them sold by 2029. It'll be 7 years after that before we see $1 of revenue. So, and Mr. Orozco, the second or third hearing, you said you were against R6 for this area. When we were closing out, one of the citizens asked, well, I'm not supposed to speak with citizens. One of them asked to hear what the city council thought, and you said that you were opposed to R6 in this area. So maybe I'm mistaken. I don't want to get stuck in hearsay. I think we can find some minutes and see if that's true. But yeah, this, from the outside looking in, this looks like something, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, Mr. Bradshaw, and to be honest, I don't appreciate the fact that you take the worst actions of single citizens and then spread those out shotgun style on everybody here and call into question everybody's integrity. Yeah, there's going to be some difficult citizens. So there's going to be some that flat out don't want this area developed. But yeah, what's happened to us with what little information we know, we finished up, we were going to see a compromise, Mr. Martinez. There's no compromise here. In fact, we're going full throttle on the rest of the property in the very opposite direction that we were going to go after the third hearing or the second hearing. So I'm asking you to reject this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Point of
Ferris.
clarification, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah, you can, and I believe I said that I have spoken with citizens in Leon Valley, and the majority had said that they did not want RS6 at the time. Not that I didn't want, but the information that I was obtained from other citizens say that they did not want it at the time. Since then, many citizens have come forward, and as you can see, people that talk, yes, they do want to develop, and they do want R6, and they do want it to continue on. At the time, the people that I had spoken to did not want R6, not me, the people that I spoke to. So, and I was just coming.
Okay.
I guess
I'll go
this
back
isn't-
and look at it.
This isn't a chance for a dialogue?
No, sir.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you.
But you can dialogue with him after.
Okay.
That would be good. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Benavides, or yes, go ahead. No.
My name is Margie Marcine.
Margie.
Margie, yes. I'm also here on behalf of my 81-year-old mother. We live at 6015 Kinman Drive. Our house was the first house on that street in 1974. My great-grandmother and my grandmother, my mother and my aunt, all moved in there, knowing that that was going to be their forever home. My sister and I grew up in that house. Now it's just me and my mom there, now left. But my grandmother always used to say that her home, she always feels safe in her home. That was her place. It was Fort Knox. That's what she would always used to say. And I feel like as long as I can remember, that area has been sold over the years, as far as I can remember. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like if you put all those homes back there, and I'm the least prejudiced person that you will ever meet, but who's going to move in there? My mother is 81 years old. She is sometimes by herself, and I worry for her when I'm not there. So it's just a lot of, yes, there's pros and cons. I get it. I've lived in Leon Valley. I'm going to be 46 years old this year. I've lived in Leon Valley all my life. And development is great, yes. Revenue is great. But when you want to take a space in the back where it's not feasible, it's just not, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And everybody in my neighborhood, I know all my neighbors, and we take care of each other. And what's going to move in there? And I just think a lot of the people in our neighborhood have lived there since the 70s, since those homes went up, just as my mom has. So I hope you take into consideration the citizens of Leon Valley, because I hope that you just don't agree to this. We want to live in an area where we feel safe and we're at home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Margie. All right. Mr. Benavides? Tom?
Yes. My name is Tom Benavides, and I live at 5914 Seneca Drive. So just for the record, I live in an R6 home in Seneca West. And there's actually 128 homes in Seneca West, 79 are R1, and 49 are R6. So I'm looking at the perspective of the whole 55 acres that's back there, not just the 27 acres. But basically, I'm here to ask the council to deny the rezoning of the Samaritan property from R1 to R6. My main concern is the safety and quality of life for the citizens in Seneca West due to an overload of internal traffic at peak hours, to include entering and exiting the neighborhood. So, as already mentioned by Councilman Campos, and this was a few meetings back, sir, rezoning this particular acreage from R1 to R6 would set precedents for the remaining acres. And it looks like you're correct, sir. So I'm looking at the whole 55 acres. This could then lead out to a future build out of approximately 300 additional homes, R6, right? So, like I say, I live in an R6. I don't have an issue with the R6 homes. But Seneca West currently has, like I said, 128 homes, and that number would climb to 428 homes. There are no neighborhoods in Leon Valley, anywhere. I've looked on Bexar County Appraisal, I looked all over the place, that have 428 homes and just 2 ingress, egress, exits. It's crazy. And you all discussed the Ridge. The Ridge has 258 homes. They're all R6. There's only 2 streets out, Watercress and Crystal Moon. But though you don't hit traffic right away, it's a block away is the first one on Thistle Street and then Hurley. But you actually have 8 exits out of there and 3 are lighted. You have 3 lights. So the Ridge has a pretty good setup compared to Seneca West. Seneca actually is closer to what Pavona has, because Pavona's got 115 homes, all R6, and they also have 2 exits, one that's lighted and one that's not. So again, I know that we don't have any neighborhoods again, and if the zoning remains R1, we would, some of the citizens I've talked to, we would expect maybe a build out of 140 homes in the future for those 55 acres.
Okay.
And it's a much better than 300.
Okay. And that's
so,
R1.
Right. So, and one of the biggest problems in developing this area over the years has always been the drainage issue. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
But I know the city, I think, and county teamed up to fix
Right.
up what they have now. And I know there's probably going to be additional.
Yeah.
Did I run over my time?
I've got your time, yeah.
Okay. Well.
But I hear what you're saying because,
So,
yeah.
Right. So I'm just hoping that you consider the traffic that we're going to hit, because there's no neighborhood like it.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the first neighborhood like that in Leon Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that the grant we got from the county to fix the drainage actually caused this property to be more developable. You know what I'm saying? Because before then, they always had the drainage fix. So anyway, and then also on the, somebody was talking about the property tax. We do have a 20% exemption now for all homes. I mean, it's not just the seniors, it's everybody. So somebody said it was going to take till 2029 to recoup our taxes, but I don't know about the 20%. So just wanted to make that note. Yes, ma'am.
So hello again, and
Okay.
thank you.
Oh, you need to, speak into your mic, please.
Oh, it's turned off. You know that I'm not for the rezoning for many reasons that have already been, that we keep discussing with you. And because I believe that we should do business with people that are well-known and that have a reputation for doing good work, I did a search online about looking for One Stop Group LP and Mr. Shahade. And for the One Stop Group LP, I found that the company sets up other companies to do business. And I didn't find anything else about One Stop Group LP. No description. For Mr. Shahade, I found no online presence, no social media, no ratings, and on LinkedIn, there was a profile for him, but there was no information, no description of him or his business, no postings. It was just the basic setup with no pictures, no postings, no information. So coming from the idea that you want to know who you're doing business with just does not bode well for doing business with Mr. Shahade. And although he has presented a persuasive argument, and I do feel for the families, I don't understand why I would like to understand why people think it's all right to put that many homes in such a condensed area. It's not good for the people. Literature shows that it's not good for the people that live in those homes. And it's not going to be good for the people that live around those homes either. I don't understand why we can't just look to the facts of the matter and go from there. I know it's a terrible situation that we are in. It's a dilemma, but we should be able to come to some agreement. I also want to tell you that Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick agreed to an $18 billion property tax cut and directed the senators to study the cut, what it would cost to eliminate the property taxes totally. That does not bode well for leaning on property taxes to support the city budget. I thank you for your time, and I pray and hope and ask you to please let go of the bad vibe and just look at the facts of the situation. Think about the people that are going to live there. You all, like you said earlier, you all are going to come and go, and people will not remember you. But the people that are living in that condensed place will. So moving to a larger lot, what is wrong with moving to a larger lot?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've attended every meeting on this property, all 5 of them. This is number 5 tonight. And I can tell you, I've watched the video and I've taken my notes. On February 27th, Planning and Zoning, 15 spoke against this. Nobody spoke in favor of. On March 12th, Planning and Zoning second read, 14 against it. Nobody was for it. Nobody. Same way on March 19th here at the City Council meeting, 17 spoke against it. Nobody spoke in favor. Nobody. April 2nd, City Council, again, 15 people spoke against it. Nobody spoke for it. Nobody. April 16th, when the second reading was to take place, 12 spoke against it. Nobody spoke for it. And then all of a sudden, the developer says, I want a timeout. And we gave it to him. And now he comes back and says, well, maybe we can do R1. We told him from the get-go, we're not against R1. We're against R6. I think some people think we don't want any development. We're fine with R1. If R1 was good enough in the 70s and the 80s, those homes are there. I live in one of them. Why not today? If they're unaffordable today, that's not our fault. That's nobody's fault. That's just economics. And it's just the way it's not going to get any better. The price of land's not going to go down. The price of building's not going to go down. So this is where we're at today. So I'm asking we take and vote against the R6. And does the clock start over for, he was on day 61 back on April 16th when we gave him to the postponement. So when did the clock start over?
Oh, no, it doesn't start over. It just continues.
Okay, so we're over 90 days now.
No.
It paused.
Well, it paused. And so then the day he requested for this item to be put back on the agenda, that became day 62. And then so on and so on. But we're not within the 90 days. If he reached the 90 days, then the property would revert to what he requested, which is R6, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Matthews.
That's why they have to take a vote tonight.
Okay. Ms. Barker and then Mr. White. Yeah.
I wrote a bunch of things down because
Okay.
sometimes this is just raw because it's so important to us. None of y'all live in that area, so you don't know what we're going to have to deal with. I live on Grass Hill, and his talking about in the slide 116 extra cars. If you're looking at 400 to 500 houses, whatever it was, 444 houses, it's not going to be 116 cars going down my street or Seneca. So I'm here to ask you not to rezone the area to R6, especially the plan presented here. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Bradshaw, you should feel like you were slapped in the face by that man because you requested a compromise. That's not it. That's not what we're seeing here. Different proposal, that's not it. In fact, this presentation is wanting smaller lots than what is usually for R6 homes. R6 homes. Okay, council members done the research on this guy or the development. What is he going to build? We haven't seen any rendering of anything that's going in there. And I showed you these pictures earlier of this stuff that's going in on Petrenko, and the same thing went in on Prue Road and Babcock Road. This is what we don't want in that area. Those are R6 homes. Okay. Then I will tell you that I went through Mr. Orozco's subdivision because he's always bringing up Pavona Place because there are 6 homes and it's a nice area, but they don't look like this. And that's what we're looking at probably being built there. Okay. I also went to a place on Prue Road and it's a section that looks similar to that, and you can get in. There's one way in. There's no way out. You got to turn around. And the houses are so close together you could lay down and touch one side. Okay, I'm 5'8", I've told you before, that's just too small. Can you not get a lawnmower or a wheelbarrow through there without running into somebody's house? Also in that same area, the streets are so narrow, all the curbs are painted red with no parking and fire lane all the way through the subdivision because there's no place in the driveways to put extra cars. Then you're talking about all the units he's talking about. You're talking about a lot of freaking cars. We're looking at 800 at least going up and down Grass Hill, not the 2,600 that you said you did the study on. It just goes on and on. That one small area that I went through on Prue Road, there was one way in and one way out, and then they had a dead end like he's talking about there. And how are you going to get a fire truck in and out of there? You have to back up to get out. So this is what we're looking at here. And he has misled us and you guys all the time by talking, well, we don't know who's going to buy that property, when he already had it in his plans to do that. And if y'all didn't see that, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barker. Yes, Mr. White.
John White, I live on Mary Jameson. On March 13th, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to deny this developer's request to rezone the Good Samaritan property to a PDD in R6. I was there that night. I remember Casey Rouse shaking her head saying that from her experience, it just doesn't make sense to put a high-density development behind a low-density development. Since they are the appointed experts on all things zoning, I thought that would settle the matter. But here we are 2 months later. At the April 16th City Council meeting, City Manager Dr. Caldera began explaining how we got here. Dr. Caldera explained that Mr. Shihad is requesting to postpone this item to wait for rough proportionality numbers which do not have anything to do with zoning. Dr. Caldera also said the city has 90 days to decide on the zoning request and that would be paused. Next, we heard from Mr. Shihadi. He said, we heard the citizens. We want to come back with a revised plan. We respected Councilman Orozco and Councilman Martinez's suggestion that maybe we should come back with a revised approach. We want to compromise. He used the word compromise several times. His plan tonight is his original plan. He said, we've been listening. We want to do the right thing. We are using R1 as the base. We are literally just asking for a tiny little compromise from council and from citizens. After several dozen citizens voiced their concerns, a motion was made to grant the postponement and that any changes would go through the planning and zoning process. Before the vote, Mayor Riley gave each council member an opportunity to talk. Mr. Martinez said, first, let me make it plain to everyone here, I am against R6. With that, I liked what I heard from Mr. Shihadi, that he wants to keep R1 zoning. That's what you guys want to keep, R1 zoning, and that he would like a lot size a little bit smaller. Mr. Martinez went on to say Mr. Shihadi did listen. I'm in favor of postponing the vote, and I want to hear, and I bet everybody here wants to hear his final plan. Mr. Orozco said, if I'm going to vote for the postponement, you have one more chance to let the people know what you're going to do, and that's the only reason I would vote for the postponement. Because as anybody knows, I give everybody a chance. Okay, you know what? You got a chance. Tell me what you got. This is the last time. But you know what? I can tell you exactly what I'm leaning to. I'm beginning to like R1. Okay, show me what you got. So here we are 1 month later with no new plan and a developer that may not completely understand the process. As I understand it, the property in question is currently zoned for R1, and the developer is within his rights to begin development now without any further approvals. Because of this, I see no reason why this rezoning request should be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Well said. Yes, there was another hand. Yes.
Well, I live off of Seneca, and I've been
And
here.
could you please state your name?
My name's Jose Saldana.
Hi, Mr.
I'm
Saldana.
a resident since I grew up here. 5th grade, Oak Hills Terrace. I've left and I've come back. This place has changed a lot. We used to have shotguns, take them to high school, and then go hunt inside 1604. I don't know what, but Helotes is now being surrounded. And Leon Valley is not the little enclave it used to be. My family owns property, and it really bugs the crud out of me that people won't let you do what they want on their property. R6 isn't that bad. Matter of fact, if I was him, I would say, why don't we go multifamily? The city could sure use the revenue. And that's all I got to say.
Okay. Okay, Doctor.
Very short. I wanted to know what is the base price that you are going to start with when you negotiate with Mr. Shahadi? Because normally you put a base price for any property. As it looks that it is almost $2.2 million which we have spent, the city has spent. So what is going to be the base price with which you are going to start? That's one. The other is when I look at his layout of this plan, to me it looks like a death trap because there is only one, one exit and one entrance. If there's a fire right at the end or right in the beginning, people may not be able to go out. So he needs to provide multiple exits as per the fire codes, that I am aware of. So I think we need to relook even at the design that he has. That is why we said if R1 is the best option because you have only 100 and odd, houses there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Diaz.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Everybody has the right to their opinion. It's just like the gentleman who wants multifamily. He has that right. Okay. Councilman Martinez talked about compromise, and one of the gentlemen came up here and said the same thing. There was no compromise. We gave him time. He came back, brought back the original thing. Now we've allowed him to have the right to purchase the city property. And that extension road right there, I'm assuming that's on the city property, I'm assuming? Okay. Mr. Shahadi, he's a very smart man. Right? He's smart. He's a businessman. I can guarantee you right now, once it's sold, he's got a plan already, boom, right on there that has that road going right out. Okay? He's thinking in the future. Okay? R6 is not bad. I understand that. Mr. Councilman Orozco lives in one. The Ridge has his R6. We have R6s. Councilman Campos said it correctly. There's nobody behind those properties that are exiting through those subdivisions. Because I guarantee you, if those subdivisions had additional property behind them, and Mr. Shadi wanted to go in there and build in behind the where Mr. Orozco lives, the citizens would be just like us, saying, "Hey, wait a minute, 200-300 houses behind Pomona Place, and they're going to use our exits. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of." It's concerning. They're concerned. Okay, we're concerned. Again, we're not against the development. It's no secret that I'd love to buy a property there. I met with the mayor. I met with councilman council. I was the one that you mentioned that said there's a citizen. It's me. I'd love to buy a piece of property there. And yes, I don't want to build sidewalks and streets on my property. That's the city's responsibility. And then, yes, I would come and say, give me a variance. If you give him a variance, why not give me one too? I love that. I love that place. It's a great place. We all live there. It's great. R6 is not bad, but it's just how it's being processed and how it's being done. Where's the compromise? So, again, I can tell you all right now how this is going to go voting. I mean, we've got 2 yeses here. I got to know. And I can tell you how Councilman Howell will. She might abstain. She might say yes. I don't know. Councilman, it looks like Mr. Orozco's kind of still on the fence, but I don't know. I just respectfully request that you listen to what we have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Mata. Yeah, I'm going to let everybody speak, Mr. Martinez. I'm sorry. This is a public meeting. Go ahead. Yeah, they spoke on 6-1, and now they're speaking on 6-2. They have a right to speak on each agenda item.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. I just want to state for the record, I'm on planning and zoning, have been for a while, and the discussion of this general area being developed has been on the table for over a year. And I've been consistent. I'm for development there, and I have no problem with R6. So the idea that there's been no one voicing any dissension against the mob think here is wrong. There are people that see this differently. Again, I think there's been this negativity about the possibility of R6, like it was the worst thing that could happen. And again, Mr. Orozco lives in Pavona Place. That's a wonderful example. The Ridge is not bad either. I mean, there's other issues there dealing with elevation changes, but I think for the most part, we see that it's really not a problem. Again, I think the idea that the residents of Seneca West that have come to plenty of meetings want it to be R1 really reveals the idea or the fact that they really don't want it developed. That's clear. No matter what they say, they don't want it developed. And we've seen that for over a year now. I was the one at that planning and zoning meeting, I believe, last March, who said, hey, why not get together and pull your money together as residents, as citizens of the community, and purchase that. If you really want to have that much of a say over what happens to that property, put your money where your mouth is. I think, ever since I've been involved here, standing up to what I saw as government abuse and overreach, I think I've been consistent. I also don't like the idea that property owners should be in any way violated. And that's my biggest issue here. I don't have any problem with these residents coming and speaking. I think it's wonderful. And I've said that before. It's wonderful. They've organized and they're passionate about it. They have every right to come and speak on it. At the same time, they don't own this property. There are people that own this property, and if they were in that position, I don't think they would want to be dictated to in regards to what they're able to do with it, or if they're able to make it viable for the market. And of course, it was brought up, Mr. Shahadi brought up the taxes, the tax burden it is for these landowners. Well, yeah, that is a burden, but they should also be able to sell this. That should be part of it as well.
Okay.
It should not be dictated to. And again, like I said earlier, if the citizens want to keep it RE1 or R1, put your money together. Put your money where your mouth is and purchase it. Thank you.
Mr. Mata. All right. I just wanted to make a point about the traffic impact analysis. I don't know if it's taking into consideration the future plan for Bandera Road on the redevelopment, but you will not be able to take a left at Seneca when this project is being developed. It's R-cuts, and so you have to only take rights and then flip around and go back to the left. So I don't know if the traffic impact has taken that into consideration. I was just thinking about that. So anyway, you might want to look into that, Mr. Shahadi. Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I just want to say we're not trying to dictate anything to the property owners. It's R1, okay?
Yeah.
They want to sell it, sell it. The other thing to remember, Pavona Place, beautiful development. It's R6, but it feeds into a major arterial street, okay? The same thing with the Ridge. This is different. This is behind a neighborhood. That's what I'm trying to point out. Thank you.
I agree with you, Mr. Campos. And the other thing, the city attorney told me about this street here, it says temporary, but you're saying it is permanent?
It's a permanent access road, but only used for emergency purposes.
Okay, but it's going to be permanent.
Right. That's the request anyway.
Okay. On city, well, of course, we don't know because Mr. Shahadi might and eventually own it. Okay, yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So again, I just want to speak to some of the things the concerns that I've heard during this citizen portion. The sales tax revenue, somebody's mentioned, oh, there's people that are frozen. They're age 65 and they're frozen. That is true. But these are new builds. They would be built and sold at $400,000 or $440,000. Who cares? You're frozen, but at $400,000. And somebody said, well, what is that tax revenue going to be? It's going to give us years until it's paid off. The estimate that was provided in the slides was $800,000 per year of additional tax revenue for the citizens, for the city. And I believe that's probably on the low end. And it'll probably, if any of you checked your tax bills lately, they go up every year. They go up. And so when you talk about fire and police and public works, we can get more fire, police, public works when we have more money for the city. Then the other thing was the tree ordinance. I've walked back there. I've walked this property. It's mostly hackberry trees that are broken and falling over and landing on people's fences in the Ridge and in the San Antonio subdivision behind there. No heritage trees, no trees that are really that nice. I've heard it's not feasible. It's not going to work. Why? What does that mean? Does you can't say these things without any backup. Well, why isn't it feasible? Why isn't it going to work? The same person said, I want to feel safe. So you don't feel safe because if there's R6 houses, would you feel safe if there's R1 houses? What's the difference? I mean, it's density. I get it. So when you talk about density and you talk about future, Leon Valley is dying. Go down Bandera Road. Look at the businesses. There are not businesses moving into Leon Valley. Why? What is it? The demographics. We don't have young families. We don't have new families, new people. There's businesses. You go down Huebner Road just outside Leon Valley, and what do you see? New car washes, new strip centers, new businesses going in all over the place. Just outside Leon Valley this way, down Bandera, Eckert, restaurants. Somebody just bought Grady's. They're going to put a new, not Grady's, what is it called? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's right, Grady's.
It was Grady's,
Yeah.
right? Grady's Barbecue. Yeah. Somebody just
Star
bought
Inn.
that, and they're the Lone Star Inn, and they're going to make a new Italian, I think that's an Italian-Mexican fusion or something like that. So there's stuff coming, and if we put more citizens in our city instead of losing citizens, then we will, I think there's potential for growth. Sales tax, are they going to shop at the closest HEB that's right there on 410, that's Leon Valley, or are they going to go farther away? If there's restaurants here, I think people will shop here. If there's stores here, it could attract new stores with more people. You know, and it was mentioned to look at the facts, and these are the things that I'm weighing. And what I'm hearing is 15 people were at planning and zoning that didn't like this, 14 people the next one, 17 people, 15 people, 12 people that don't want this. And here they are again tonight, and I understand that, and I know we're supposed to represent all of the citizens. Well, guess what? There's 11,000 citizens. And so the people that are upset about it, I understand it's in your backyard. And it was also said you don't live in that area, so should we not get a vote? The citizens that spoke for it, there's only a few of you that have come here because they know about it. But guess what? They paid for that, not this property, but they paid for the city property that the city had to buy, and they'll benefit from it, the taxes. So there are citizens that are in favor of it. It's one of the things it's not going to make everybody happy. I understand that. And these proposals, like in the first agenda item, they're negotiable. We're trying to work out what's in the best interest of the city and for all the citizens. You know, the biggest thing, because, you know, talk about trees and wildlife. If you make it R1 and develop it as R1, the trees and the wildlife still go away. So that's the only thing that you could do then is say, just don't develop anything, right? But then the traffic, I understand the traffic also, but Melinda, if I could ask you, because I saw it in the presentation that Mr. Shahadi forwarded from 2007, the streets that go in there, Seneca and Grass Hill, they're much wider than most streets in Leon Valley. Could you kind of speak to that? Because my understanding of the way I read it is that this area was actually zoned R6 in the past, and then it was changed in 2007 to R1.
No, sir, that's incorrect.
Okay,
the
could you please
master
correct
plan
it?
of the city recommended R1, R6, R3, R3A. So it had a varied bunch of different zoning districts that were mentioned that could be recommended for this area.
Okay.
At the time, it still had the Good Samaritan Lodge nursing home on it as well. So that was a B2 type of a use.
Right.
The two streets, Seneca and Grass Hill, were both made to be 60-foot wide because it was thought that they would connect at some point. And so they're very underutilized as they are right now. They have a 50-foot wide, I think it's 40-foot wide pavement width. The streets that are proposed in this development are going to be the exact same size as the streets that are already in Seneca West. So Mary Jameson, Pickering, Kinman, Rimkus, they'll be the same width as that. There will be the only variance he's asking for is to the width of the lot, not the area of the lot. So you're not reducing the size of the lots. They would be an R6 size lot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So one more question. So the traffic, what was, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, like what is expected, the traffic that goes in and out in a day? Do you have that?
We'd have to put the presentation back up again. But the streets, back in 2007, they were only at 12% utilization. And we've not built any new houses back there, so it's the same.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. And so I asked that question because in front of my house, I live off of Thunderbird in front of Marshall High School. And guess what? People drive in and out every morning, dropping off kids or kids driving to school and driving out. And my street is nowhere near as wide as Grass Valley and Seneca. And so there's a sign in my yard, and sometimes it's across the street, that tells people when they're speeding, right? It says 20 miles per hour, but it also counts the number of vehicles. So on July 4th of last year, there were 397 vehicles that drove up and down that street. So I know traffic is a concern, but I don't think that those streets cannot handle it. So that's the kind of the gist of things, trying to make a decision based on all of the facts and evidence. And like I said, I know people are very vocal about it, very concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood, but we have to keep into account of like the whole city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Campos.
Okay. As opposed to, R1 with a PDD and an R6 with a PDD is basically the same thing. It's just what you call it. You can have an R1 with 4,000 square foot or 40 foot front. You can have an R6 with 40 foot. So it's the same thing. One thing that I heard rumors on, and I would hate that it ever came to this, is that the Dooleys and the Lobachs have been paying a lot of property tax. And I'd hate to see them sue the city if we don't take some kind of an action. And then what's going to happen? We're going to spend thousands of dollars on attorney's fees. Where people have brought up the police and fire and utilization, we commissioned a $75,000 study on police, fire, and public works, and I'm anxious to see what the finding is from that company, whether we're going to have, or their recommendation is to increase our police, fire, and I can see right now with public works, we just took over the property behind here, the LC-17 project. We still have, 3 people on the mowing crew, and they have to mow Bandera and all the parks. So, instead of doing Bandera every 4 weeks, maybe now it's sliding to 6 or 7 weeks. So, I believe Public Works is way overworked with the people that they have. But I do have something I want to read, and thank you for sharing your concerns about the new housing development. I understand changes can be challenging, and I appreciate your input. However, as a city official, I must consider the needs and interests of the entire community, not just a select few. Our city is facing significant challenges, including a shortage of sales tax income, the 20% property tax exemption, and then economic development needs, and also we need $35 million in sewer infrastructure improvements. This new housing development aims to address some of these issues by increasing property tax and sales tax revenue, boosting local businesses. New housing developments boost property tax revenues, providing the city with additional funds. People will shop locally, thus increasing our sales tax revenue. This increase in revenue can be allocated to essential services like police, fire, and public works departments, improving their operations and capacity. Construction and development creates jobs, stimulating the local economy. This economic boost can have a ripple effect, leading to more spending and further growth in the community. With increased tax revenue from the new housing development, the city can enhance funding for our city departments. This could lead to better equipment, more personnel, and improved response times, enhancing public safety for all residents. New developments often come with improvements to infrastructure, such as roads, utilities, and public spaces. Better infrastructure supports efficient city operations and can lead to a higher quality of life. We need to upgrade our sewer lines at an estimated cost of $35 million. Many cities face housing shortages. The trend in new construction is for houses with smaller lots. A new development can provide much-needed housing, making the city more livable and attractive. Population growth, new housing attracts more residents, contributing to a more vibrant and diverse community. Population growth can support local businesses and lead to more cultural and social activities, enriching the city's quality of life. Well-planned housing developments are essential for sustainable city growth. They help manage urban sprawl, reduce commute times, and ensure the city can accommodate future population increases without overwhelming existing infrastructure. Well-executed housing developments can increase property values in the surrounding areas, benefiting current homeowners and enhancing the city's overall appeal. We have plans to preserve as many trees as possible. Each house will have trees replaced that are removed, two trees per house. The new development includes parks and access to the San Antonio Hike and Bike Trail. These spaces can help maintain the area's natural feel and provide habitats for wildlife. While a few individuals oppose the plan, it is crucial to consider the broader community needs and the potential benefits to almost 12,000 people. I support Mr. Shahadi's proposal due to his ability to listen to people and alleviate some of their concerns. In conclusion, the new housing development offers substantial benefits from boosting tax revenue, improving public services, to enhancing infrastructure and addressing housing shortages. By focusing on these positives, particularly the direct improvements to fire, police, and Public Works Department funding, I believe I have made a strong case for moving forward with the development, prioritizing the greater good for all of Leon Valley residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos.
Mayor, I wanted just to clarify, I heard property taxes of $800,000, but I see on our, is it called Mayor and Council Communication on page 35? I don't know if you could put that up on the screen. From what the staff is telling us.
Because we have the financial report within our consent agenda. Is that what you're looking at?
Right.
Okay.
Taking a look at the, I'm sorry. He's taking the 880 is like for all of the properties. So we took a look at the revenue, or the property tax, potential property tax revenue just for this section of the property.
And what is it for this
I don't,
item that we're discussing? It's
I don't remember.
325,000
or something on estimated.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the variances. And so Shahadi is asking for us to bring on the tree monies down to 50,000. But that's kind of business greed, or kind of screw us at the end. Why are you taking the lion's share of this offer? Why didn't you give the 50? Hold on. Why don't you give the 50,000 to us and the $62,000 to us? I know that there's going to be a presentation or a motion made, and I ask whoever makes a motion that we keep it at 112,000. We're leaving $62,000 on the table that could be going to the city, and if you would have gone this even 50-50, you know, I may have maybe accepted it, but you want to take the lion's share of this offer and leave us short-handed there. So I ask that to leave it at 112,000, whoever makes it.
And Mr. Roscoe, what about this easement here? You brought that up earlier.
Yeah, I still don't agree with ingress, and because I do, it's not that I don't understand it. I know where he's going from. It's just that if that he doesn't buy that, if they don't buy that property, where is the other emergency exit going to be put in there? I know that in Bernie they have the same type of format, and the cul-de-sac that's on top, they forwent 2 or 3 houses and made an exit out of there instead of having to go to us there.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda.
Okay, yes. Melinda.
He can't do that. He doesn't have the length. So you have to take this distance, divide it in half. So whatever the halfway point is, the distance from here to here, say it's 500 feet. It's going to be short, I know. So the distance from here, from this entrance, if say you put an entrance here and say you put an entrance here, there has to be 500 foot. So he doesn't have half of this distance to put 2 entrances to meet the fire code. That's the problem. And neither will this property here. They also will not have the half distance requirement. So without providing this, then what he has to do is fire sprinkle those homes. And right now, it's running about 10,500 per home.
Okay, and I don't mean to be redundant, but tell me again, if that property is not sold, does that entrance still stay there?
If you were to grant it, it would be a permanent easement.
See, why are we giving away something that's permanent? It belongs to the people of Leon Valley, and we don't get no money out of it.
Because the way that it's set up and the way that you can develop this property here, this would be advantageous to both properties. In other words, this property also needs another access point, not just this one. They need to come through this one. The same thing happened up at the Poss Landing property on Hebner Road. They had the section 1, and he was going to fire sprinkle because he didn't have that distance requirement either. And then they found out what the cost was for fire sprinkling and asked if they could get an easement from the property next door. Property next door said, no, buy my property. And so that's what they ended up doing. They ended up having to buy that little 5-acre piece, which was advantageous for that because neither one of them had the distance requirement. So they work off of each other.
Yeah, I knew it was financially advantageous for them to purchase that property instead of build sprinklers in their homes. I still have trouble with it, but not more than having to leave $62,000 on the table. So that's just what I said.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, so then what's the pleasure of the council? Oh, y'all still, oh.
She's already spoken.
Yeah, okay, so I'm allowing people to speak once on each 6.1 and 6.2. So, and I believe, Ruth, you've spoken twice. So, Ms. Chasen, did you haven't spoken on 6.2 yet?
Comment.
Or 6.1?
Yeah, I had written everything out because I wanted to say it, but Mr. Bradshaw and a few other people here have basically said the same thing. So I just wanted to say I'm speaking on behalf, not just myself, but of other people that I've spoken with and I know exist in the totality of Leon Valley. When you have people that come before in such numbers continuously on the same subject, it's because it's in their back door. It's right there with them. Where are these people when we need them for committees? Where are these people when we need them to fill chamber seats or to fill the council? All I'm saying is they show up, they make their presence known, while the rest of us, for whatever reason, couldn't come to the meetings, but sent citizens to be heard in and made our feelings known. We might not be showing up in masses, but we understand when you do.
Yeah, you need to.
When you
direct it over
do,
here.
it's because it's at your back door. So, having been a resident here for 53 years, and I have seen a lot of development, and I have seen a lot of things that cause you to pull your hair out. Road closures. For years on end, we had road work being done on Evers. Hebner, when we had the police station built. Pavona Place. You know, trucks that broke down. Rush hour traffic where you're just sitting there, you're stagnant. To go 5 miles, it might take you 2 hours. I've been through that. The dust, the dirt, the mud. People complaining, nothing ever being kept clean. This is what you put up with when you have a city that's in growth process. We have a limited number of areas and acreage in privately owned property. If someone wants to sell it, they can sell it. The issue comes in with the zoning. Certain individuals, or an individual on a past city council, made sure that that property was bought by the city would be restricted as far as use. All you're doing, to me, it sounds like, is trying to right a wrong. It never should have been done to begin with. Those other properties that are in the back that have no access to, I feel for those families. What are they supposed to do? Put a helicopter pad in? All I'm saying is that to consider the totality of Leon Valley and not just the number of people that show up because it's at their back door.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so we do need to have a motion and a second if anybody wants to present one. After listening to a lot of people tonight.
Mayor, I'll make the motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, I want to make the motion to deny the zoning change from R1 to R6 for this particular, do I need to go through the whole description?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you just say as presented, you can deny the request as presented.
Deny the R6 to R1?
Correct.
Okay.
From R1 to R6 to deny
Well,
that.
it's PDD. Just your
Motion to, it'd be, you're moving to deny
as presented.
6.1 as requested.
Okay. All right. Deny 6.1 as requested. That's probably the easiest. Okay. And is there a second? Okay. It dies for a lack of a second. Yes, sir. Mr. Bradshaw?
I would like to make a motion that we approve 6.1 zoning change with the PDD, with one change that Councilor Orozco asked for, and it's the pay the full $112,000 in fees for the trees.
I'll second it.
Okay, well.
Is that it? There's nothing else other than that? Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Bradshaw and a second by Ms. Heil to approve 6.1 zoning change with the PDD to R6 with one change, and that is to pay the full $112,000 for the tree and no variance. Any further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilman Martinez?
Yes.
Councilman Heil?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Yes.
Sorry, Councilman Campos?
No.
Okay, the motion passes 4 yeses and 1 no. All righty. Okay, thank you all very much for being here. And anyway, I know it's late, but appreciate everyone's input.
Mayor, it is past 10:30, and so I know y'all have some rules somewhere that if
We
you
just
want
have
to
to have a vote to continue, so that's all we need to do. All right, thank y'all very much. And if y'all want to stay, fine, we'll finish it up here. May I have a motion from the council to continue our meeting?
I make a motion, we continue till 11:30.
Okay. If we don't get done, then we'll have to go from there. I have a second. It's better than nothing.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to continue the meeting till 11:30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to announcements. We do have voting that's going on for the March 5th runoff that ends on Friday, and then Election Day is on Tuesday, the 28th of May. I believe the pools are open this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Mortz. July 13th is the City Council retreat date, and we do have 2 cancellations on City Council meeting due to the action the council took last year, and that is no second meeting in June and no first meeting in July. So after next meeting, we'll reconvene on July 16th. All right, that's my announcements. Yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to congratulate the senior class of John Marshall High School. They'll be graduating in about a week and a half. I wish them well, and I also want to congratulate my grandsons in Boston. They're getting ready to graduate, Ryan and Skylar. I also want to congratulate my grandson in Corpus for being a sophomore and making the varsity baseball team. I also wanted to remind you that Memorial Day is coming up. And it's no secret how passionate I am as far as for veterans are concerned. And one of the things, we took an oath this afternoon, and Memorial Day, where we memorialize people that gave their lives, the men and women that gave their lives, where we can do this, where people can contest whatever city council says or speak up. But one of the oaths that these men and women took and gave their life, and it says, I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed to me according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. These men, and I mentioned this before, but I think it's okay being redundant, that this man and women put their names on the dotted line and defend the country and fight for the country and die for this country, and they did. So if you can, remember them, Memorial Day, remember our veterans, and thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, very quickly, just some upcoming events for the library programs. On Thursday, May the 23rd at 10:30, there'll be a toddler playtime. And on Thursday, May 30th at 10:30, there'll be a toddler scavenger hunt.
Okay, thank you. Don't want to forget about the library. Anyone else? Okay, I still have 3 council members, so I can continue. City Manager's Report, Dr. Caldera, excuse me.
I'd like to apologize. I'm a little under the weather this evening, so I know I've been kind of coughing over here. My city manager's report's outside, online, and sent to y'all earlier this afternoon. I did want to mention planning and zoning will be shut down for a couple of hours on Friday. As most of y'all know, Ms. Teague's daughter passed away unexpectedly, and so the staff would like to attend that funeral service. So planning and zoning will be shut down. We will have staff here, of course, letting people know that they can either come back or we'll take their information and we'll get in contact with them, but we will shut down planning and zoning for a couple of hours.
From what time to what time?
From 10 to 1.
Okay, thank you. 10 to 1, planning and zoning closed. Okay, thank you.
And that is it.
All right. All right, moving to the consent agenda, 9.1 to 9.7. Anyone on the council wish to withdraw something for consideration? My brain is getting mushy. Yes, Mr. Campos.
I just had a question on 9.7.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question. When does this take effect for the impact fees?
Yeah, you can ask her. We still have to publicize it on the website for 30 more days. So I want to say it's 30 days after tonight's vote, but Melinda can clarify that for you.
Okay. That's all I had on that question. And if you'd like to answer it afterwards.
Yes, I'll have Melinda just.
Okay.
Here she comes.
Melinda, when does the impact fees take effect? Doesn't it have to remain online for 30 days for citizen comment, even after tonight?
In 30 days.
In 30 days. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
Motion, we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Campos to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to regular agenda item number 10.1, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Utilities, Article 14.05, Sewers, Section 14.05001, Connection and Appendix A Schedule of Fees to add a subsection D on site sewer facilities, OSSF, septic tanks, fees to Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Article A 8.000, building and construction related fees, to allow property owners of properties over 1/2 acre in size to install on-site sewage facilities and to provide for permitting and inspection fees and services. This is the first read as required by city charter, and we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank
so I
you.
have a big change to this one already.
Okay.
I was waiting on an answer from Bear County.
Okay.
What's been happening with Bear County is we've had 2 properties in the last 2 years that put in septic systems. And we have always told them, since I've been here 30 years, go down to Bear County, you need to get the permit from them. They'll do all the inspections. And both of these property owners came to me and said, I went there, they won't do it. They're not going to permit for Leon Valley.
Wow.
They said that you have to have your own permit. And so that's why I created the ordinance like it is. I put all the regulations in one set and then put some fees in Appendix A, which is where all our fees are. So I called down to Bear County and I was asking, look, here's how we're going to do our permit system. And a gentleman said, but we permit for you. And I said, no, you don't. Yeah, we do. And I said, no, you don't. Here's the 2 addresses. Here's the 2 people. You came after one of these people because they didn't get a permit, but you wouldn't give him the permit to begin with. So that's why we're going through, part of the reason why we're going through this process. And he said, let me get back to you. Let me check with the TCEQ, but I think Bear County is the permitting authority for Leon Valley. And so it took him a while, and he finally called me back this morning. He said he was sorry that he was so late doing this. But he said, yes, we will permit for Leon Valley. And I said, that's not what Mike Laura said. So unless you get with your people and get everybody straight, we're going to start our own permitting process. So he went back, did that. We now have his assurance. We can call Mike Laura. We can call Javier Flores. We can call whoever we want. They will do the permitting for Leon Valley. So we don't have to set up a fee. All we have to do is change the ordinance to say they will get a permit through Bear County from now on. So that's that part of this.
Okay.
The part that the council wanted me to come back with is this, who gets to do it? What size property, where at? So here's what ours says. If you're within 300 feet of a public sanitary sewer, you have to be connected. Unless the lot is a minimum of 1 acre in size, it's served by our public water source, and it has to be located in Monte Robles Park. And here's where I went into the 2 septic systems. So we've received inquiries from several residents with septic systems in both Monte Robles Park and in Castle Estates subdivision. They want to collapse their septic. And I know that Councilor Josh Stevens said that why would anybody want to do that? You're setting yourself up for lifetime payments. They're tired of maintaining them. They're tired of having to worry about them. They're tired of having to treat them. They're tired of having their drain fields collapse on them. These are old septic systems, and they just flat don't want the hassle anymore, plus paying for a new system. A new septic system can cost you anywhere between $5,000 and $15,000. The one I have on my property is an aerobic septic system, and it cost me $9,000 to put it in. I am responsible for maintaining that system. Once a month, I have to make a record of it. If I ever sell my house, I have to show those records to the buyer. And so that's one of the reasons they want to get rid of them. So let's see here.
So this is the one that we don't have to,
The proposed fees we don't need anymore.
we don't need it all because it goes through Bear County?
It will go
And do
through
they
Bear County.
charge?
Yes, they do. And
Do
I
they
don't
charge?
know what their
You don't
permit
know what
fee
their
is.
fees are, but just the fees go through Bear County. Okay.
Right. So what I'm recommending is that we keep it the same, allow them on lots that are over 1 acre, not just in Monte Robles Park, so that we're fair to everybody. If you have an acre on Sawyer Road, if you have an acre wherever, I don't care, put a septic on it, as long as you're connected to the public water supply. And that also follows state law. Now, the state law differs a little. The state law says if you have half an acre or more and you're connected to a public water supply, then you can put in a septic system. If you're not connected to a public water supply, then it's over 1 acre. So I imagine that's where this came from to begin with. Who knows? And so my recommendation is to amend the code to say if you have an acre and you're connected to a public water supply, you can put in a septic. It doesn't matter how close you are to our sanitary sewer system.
Okay.
That clear as mud?
Well, I just think it's late, but I think the
And it's a first read. You still have.
It's the first read, but this was going to be applicable to the vacant property in Seneca West, which is now a moot point, because it's all
Well-
going to be R6.
Well, you have other 1 acre
Have
lots
other-
like up at Sawyer Road.
No, I
area.
understand. I understand the 1 acre, but
yes,
I'm
this
saying
was
I think
driven
that
by
was
councilors.
driven by Counselor Stevens, who wanted to have larger lots out there, which I supported. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I agree with the 1 acre. I don't think half an acre is good. You know, just think, just with the city property, 19 1 acre lots, cut that in half. So you have 38 lots with septic tanks on there. And depends on the house you build. There's got to be, I know there's requirements that the septic tank be so far away from the house.
Yes, sir.
And can you even put a septic tank and a leach field in half an acre with the house there? So, you know, you might start running into TCEQ problems. So,
Well, the other thing that happens too is that people forget they have a leach field. If that's the type of septic that they get, there's also aerobic that doesn't have a leach field. But they'll move in sheds, or they'll put cars, or they'll, you know, they run over their leach fields and collapse the pipes that are in there.
Right.
Aerobic's different, obviously.
okay, so I am agreeable to keep it at 1 acre, but also keep the 300 foot. If there's any sewer available within 300 feet, they need to be hooking up to that. And that's my 2 comments.
Okay.
But you get rid of Monte Robles, that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos.
That was the only comment I was going to add, to remove Monte Robles.
Just anywhere.
Right.
Okay, anyone else?
So can we just add this on the consent?
I was going to say there's no vote tonight, so I'll make a note of it to add on the consent.
I agree.
Okay. Moving then to agenda item number 10.2, presentation discussion on an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment, transfer funds from the American Rescue Plan, ARP, to the Enterprise Fund for remaining ARP funds, which is $92,481. And we have Carol Gehring, our finance director, here. Oh, no, we don't.
She's
Oh,
here,
there she
but
is. How are you?
But
I thought I saw her out there.
Yes, she's here. But the 92,000 was interest that we received
Oh,
on the
okay.
ARP funds, and so it turns out you can use it for anything.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
And so I originally decided to put it in the enterprise fund because it was one of the items listed as ARP, and it was easy to kind of throw there. Melinda's got tons of water projects to do, and so it's very easy to spend the 92,000. But with that being said, you could also roll this over into general fund monies if you wanted to do that. I just wanted to be able to give y'all options. We have presented this item to move it over to enterprise fund, so you can certainly accept this ordinance as is, or you can. I wanted to let y'all know you can use it for something else.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
that
sound
was
a
my
little
question,
naive, but like
is
I'm
if
really-
it was restricted, because the ARP funds were restricted.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so originally, when I made the management decision to put it here, that was the kind of thought process.
Okay.
But because the 92,000 is open to go, pretty much you can use it for anything. I wanted to make sure y'all were aware of that, and you can you don't have to accept this ordinance as is. You can, because it's a first read. We can change it. We can come back with a different budget adjustment as per council's request.
Okay, is it, I don't know, I mean, who I mean, does it
It doesn't really
matter? I mean,
I agree. Move it over to the enterprise fund. That's fantastic. And if it could be put in the consent agenda for next
Okay.
month.
all right,
Okay.
sounds good. All right, anything else? All right, moving then to regular agenda item 10.3, discussion and possible action to elect a mayor pro tem. I think last meeting I said this was going to be on the agenda. I had not heard from anybody that said they were interested, so Mr. Orozco.
We can do one or two things. I know that some cities rotate the city, mayor pro tem, through the whole year.
I don't think we can do that.
That's
That's been brought up
My
before.
second thing,
It has
and
to
that's
be
fine.
1 year.
And I think
sorry.
that we had all served as mayor pro tem, except for Councilman Campos. I think that he'd be an excellent mayor pro tem. I think that he is obviously concerned and cares about our city. And I think that he would be a good mayor pro tem. With that, I'd like to make a nomination to have Philip Campos as the next mayor pro tem.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Philip Campos for the next year. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you and congratulations, and I'll be asking you for help. Okay. All right, very good. Agenda item number 11, any requested agenda items? Future agenda items?
No, but can I ask, for those, we're getting ready for the retreat on the 13th, July 13th. I'd like for y'all to start sending me those.
Oh, I've got a whole list.
I
I'll
know.
bring it tomorrow.
But, so just so I can see any of them are overlapping.
Yeah, and I'm going to
and then
add to
start
mine
getting
too.
that- And start getting that information.
Okay, Mr. Orozco had one tonight.
You're right, about the contract with our trash people.
Yeah, with our trash
and
people.
And also, I would like to just discuss building a memorial for veterans in our garden. I know it's been brought up, they wanted to make it a park. I know that's, out of the question. But I'm still being approached that if we would consider, at least discuss it, to build some type of memorial for not just, the people that, and men and women that gave their lives, but for all military. And it's just a discussion.
So would you like that as a retreat item, or would you like that on, because I think it's got to go to the park commission. If you want to do it at Veterans Park, it's got to go to the park commission first, then to bring back to council?
That's an excellent idea. I would like that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the retreat?
Yes.
Yeah, let's put it on the retreat. That's a good idea. I just had a clarification on the wind waving flags. Is it one flag per business? So if they've got two flags outside their front door, that's wrong, right?
Yes, they should
Okay,
only have,
all
I think
right.
it's one flag per business.
Okay,
You can
all right.
report them, just
I'm
send
going
them
to
to the
report
co-
them.
code enforcement.
Sorry. I think it's I don't mind one, but man, when you have two or three, okay. Mr. Campos, thank you for that
One agenda
clarification.
item I'd like to add, in light of SAWS updating their impact fees, I know we've updated our water, but they've updated the sewer
sewer side.
impact fees.
That's next.
And I don't know how that affects the city and whether you want to discuss it at the retreat, but that's an expense that we pay as a city organization to SAWS. How's it going to impact us? So that's one item I would like to discuss.
We'll put it on for the retreat, and I'll get Melinda to get the information for you on that.
And the reason why it's additionally important is that if we need to change our impact fees for this new development, we need to get this going right now.
And then also, at the mayor's meeting last week, SAWS reports that they're changing their hours on watering. Okay, it's 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. once a week, or 9 p.m. to midnight. I don't know, they did all sorts, it's too hot at 7 p.m. So anyway, I don't know when that's going to come.
Let me do some research, and we'll put
But
some
anyway,
information
we
out.
just need to start educating our citizens on that, and I'll put it on my report as well. Okay. No city, okay. So we've already done the executive meeting. All right, so if there's no further discussion, we are finished before 11:30 at 11:16. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's no citizens to be heard at the end of the meeting anymore.
No citizens to be heard again?
Nope.
What?
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to allow him to speak.
Y'all can do that. I don't.
All right, if you have a second, all right. All right, Mr. Yarnell, go ahead. We're not adjourned yet. I didn't bang the gavel. You're lucky.
This is going to be quick.
Okay.
During our recent election process, I've noticed that many of our houses in Leon Valley are needing some loving care, and many are way down on the scale of what we would normally accept. We have a lift program for businesses that we're working with, and I would like to see if there's some way that we can do the same thing for citizens and have some way to have acceptable loan to citizens to be able to fix up their houses. I mean, I realize it's way out in the future,
Yeah, so you can't give city funds. We could do a neighborhood renewal program, which we've tried in the past. That wasn't very successful. But you can't use city funds and give it to a private homeowner because there's not a greater public impact to the homeowner.
How are we doing the lift with the businesses?
Lift was given from economic development to
Sales
lift.
tax.
And the impact to the public on that is increased sales tax.
So they don't have a thing for homeowners? The lift doesn't have a thing for homeowners?
No.
Nobody's doing this?
No. The county does have some like low income programs that they do through other organizations like roofing programs and stuff that I've seen in the past. But we'd have to look into something like that, but it would be for low income.
Well, the housing stock is the quality is going down. You can see that as you drive through the streets. And if we don't do something about it, it's not going to get any better.
So those are, most of what you're saying are code violations. And so my recommendation would be that you report those individual homeowners, so we can get them to address the issues that you're asking for.
So go around town and take pictures? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Get your cameras out.
You
You can use
can do
your
it on
app.
the Leon Valley app and then report
you.
it. Okay, thank you. All righty, so now it's 11:19. Move to adjourn without objection. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. We'll see you on June the 4th at our next meeting.
Long night.
I just want to give them to you because the citizens
Yeah.
signed in protest.
Be careful going back to Austin.
We'll put it.
Thank you.
We'll put it with part of the record other stuff. Yep.
I'm
just
headed
so we
back
have it.
now.
Stick in my longhorn.
Will do. Will do. I'm gonna try to get some of that baseball here.
Oh, did they win today?
I think they did.
Oh, okay. I know they were playing Texas Tech, right?
Yeah.
Get involved. Don't come here when it's not your Good job. I didn't get any more. Your wife didn't have any. Oh, you got it. You need to go watch it. And you have to go like a broke into it. And now they're right standing. And then. No. Don't put me in the middle. Hello. Lynn doesn't have audio, and what if you do that? No. We did a magic one of these, and all of a sudden they got it. It was Lynn and Pat. They both texted. And I think that's what called you, and I went up there, and then it wouldn't let me into your phone. I thought I said Pat, and the ring was so loud. And I'm going, whose phone? Oh, God, it's Spanish. Okay, it was. And I figured it was Pat. Because they were all hot, and they're talking to me. We got a picture, we don't have any audio. And I'm going, huh? We got a picture. You're 50% there. This one. Anyway, it's just, yeah, he was hot. Yeah, I normally watch you that one. So Chris got a camera right there. If somebody okay, well, this is today, and I don't think I'm
He go around the city taking measurements. He'd tell me to turn on and off transmitters and then he said, "Here, Jeff, if we play some music and stuff, now listen to this." And he goes over there, adjusts the equalizer. Well, that sounds better. I couldn't tell him.
I catch you on that roof. I wave to everybody. They all see me and they're going, "You see one?" Yes, perfect. John, okay. You need a signature here. I was about ready to sign for you, and I went, no. Your signature.
You did very well.
Yes, we're gonna have Crystal sign it. They sent it to you.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna have Crystal. I've already asked for the amendment. I want Crystal to sign it rather than myself.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure all of a sudden, no, that's not right.
No, we're gonna have Crystal sign it. Give me.
Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. Oh, I know, because one is for the,
One for the one-time fee.
and one is the monthly, yeah.
I think the annual one is for the one-time fee. Okay, if they're not set up right, you get right to
And I'll put it with that. So anyhow, this guy used to work for him. I got the school office. Oh, single contact box. Right? So I dug all the customers and I said, I'll bring it in.
I won't take stress.
But yeah, she will sign it. Crystal will sign it. Spectrum already has it. We already spoke to Spectrum. The contract in there has my name on it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no, I don't. We have to put on there. Well, no, we're gonna get a new contract to sign the. It's gonna have her name on it.
Well, I mean, I can make that happen. Put it on there.
I think we're gonna do a monthly annual thing.